A very good morning, everyone. Welcome to the stream. I'm so glad you could join us today, whether you are watching from your hostel, home, or on the go. I hope you are ready to dive into some valuable tips. I would like to extend a warm welcome to every one of you to our Muet Preparatory online webinar series organized by the Center of Foundation Studies UITM APB Collaborative Group Collaborative Teaching Committee. My name is Janaki from Akademi Pengajian Bahasa Center of Foundation Studies University Technology Mara, and I'll be your moderator for this session. Today, we are going to focus on scoring well in Muet writing and reading test. We will explore valuable strategies and insights to help you tackle the Muet writing and reading test. In the first session of our webinar today, which is entitled How to Score in Your Muet Writing, we will learn from Dr. Nityavani Subramaniam. This session will begin shortly and end at 10 a.m. Then at 10 a.m., we will proceed with the second session on how to score in your Muet reading test by Madam Farah Basri. The session will end by noon today. Thank you for joining us. Dear lecturers and students, we are truly honored to have with us today our guest speaker, Dr. Nityavani Subramaniam. She has been an esteemed educator at IPGK Sultan Abdul Halim Sungai Petani Kedah since February 2011 until the present day. We are very happy that Dr. Nityavani has the time to present some important information about the Muet writing test. Before we proceed with this session, please allow me to introduce our distinguished speaker who has 25 years of experience in teaching. Dr. Nityavani Subramaniam is a devoted educator who holds a PhD in TESOL curriculum. In addition to her teaching role, she has served as the department MQA officer and is currently holding the position as the coordinator and test setter for the teaching of reading and writing skill courses at IPGK Sultan Abdul Halim. She has vast experience in teacher training for Muet program. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we would like to put our hands together to invite Dr. Nityavani to begin her session on how to score in the Muet writing test. I used to address the speaker as Madam Nityavani, but today I'm glad and delighted to address her as Dr. Nityavani. Congratulations, Doctor. The floor is now yours, Dr. Nityavani.
Thank you, moderator, Ms. Janaki, for all the compliments you have made my day. All right, so good morning, again to the moderator, Ms. Janaki, the UITM Pusat Asasi lecturers, and dear students, So, students, I do feel you, because you got to face your screens on a Saturday, and that too at 8 o'clock. So, how do you feel? Yeah, I do understand, right? So let's make ourselves very comfortable. Okay, so you may, grab a coffee and make yourselves comfortable and just get some papers. Yeah, you may need to take some notes. And while you're grabbing your papers, I wish to say that I would like this session to be rather informal. Yeah, we don't want to stress ourselves too much, right? And I hope to do some justice, with your Muet writing. So if everything is okay, please allow me to share my screen. Okay, is that all right? I hope it's visible. Okay, so we are here today for our Muet speaking, on how best we could write, right? Okay. So we are not really going to look at listening, speaking, and reading, but just a reminder that each of these four skills, share the same weightage. Okay, 90 marks for each skill. All right, so let's go into our writing. Paper 4, this is our core business for this morning, right? So it takes up 75 minutes, yeah, your writing. And we have two tasks, yeah, task 1 and task 2. So task 1 is of 30 marks. It's either it comes in a form of email or letter. All right, at least you have to write, you're required to write at least 100 words based on a stimulus given. Okay, so if it's an email or letter, then you would respond accordingly. And it is usually advised that you take only 25 minutes. Yeah, out of that 75 minutes, you only spend 25 minutes on this task. Okay, task 2 takes up 60 marks. So where this is where the weight is, yeah, of your writing, yeah. Compare 30 marks to 60 marks so you know where you should put your focus on. There are 3 types, yeah, of writing under extended writing, task 2. It could either be discursive, argumentative, or problem solution, yeah. Each has its own format. At least 250 words, yeah. So when we say at least 250 words, you can write up to 350, 400 words, yeah. That's okay. And again, a stimulus is given in a form of statement maybe, yeah. And you're required to spend 50 minutes here. Okay, so task 1, 25 minutes, and task 2, 50 minutes. Yeah, this is just a suggestion, but it would be good if you spend more time here on task 2. Okay, task 1. Yeah, I'm going straight into what I'm supposed to present because 2 hours is actually a rather short, yeah, because we have got quite a number of things to cover, right? So it may be, it may look very brisk, but this is how it has, got to be because we have got a few things to, I've got a few things to share with you. Okay, so a general guide for task 1. Okay, why do I hear that sound? Okay, task fulfillment, able to respond to the task effectively, able to develop elaborate ideas effectively, able to convey accurate and relevant information. Now, what do we mean by this task fulfillment? That means for task 1, it's either an email or letter, you answer only what's required. Okay, what you see is what you get. That's all. Do not go in to write other irrelevant matters, right? So just fulfill what's required, okay, and able to develop elaborate ideas effectively. So if they request for 2 activities, yeah, from you, then you just write 2 activities, okay, and they must be what do you say? Yeah, it must answer the question, right? So if they would like to have 2 fun activities, then you should be actually suggesting activities that are fun. Yeah, later, I will show you with a question, we can see it better. And able to convey accurate and relevant information. So if it says that you have to agree, then you write that you agree, right? Do not write anything out of the notes given. Okay, organization, clarity of ideas or information conveyed. Okay, it must be very clear, your organization. So I suggest you follow the paragraphs given in the email or letter, right? You just follow the same structure. Ability to order ideas and unity of paragraphs. So how do we show unity of paragraphs? By using linkers. Yeah, there are different terms for linkers. We can call it as transition markers. We can call them sequence connectors. Yeah, they all mean the same. Before, when we move from one paragraph to another, how do we, right, use sequence connectors? Lexis and structure. Lexis, accuracy of spelling and grammar, and we also look at variety of sentence structures. Now, spelling, yes, but again, these days, yeah, I'm not accusing anyone, but these days with, Chat GPT and with the internet, we are so used to writing, in short forms. The spelling of words, yeah, in short form. So please be sure that you write it correctly, yeah, in full forms. And your grammar, of course, your subject, verb agreement should agree, okay? And then your sentence structures, there must be you know, um, a share of simple, compound, and complex sentences. Yeah, so I hope you know how to differentiate simple, compound, and complex. I'm sure your lecturers are doing a fantastic job, yeah, in this. Okay, now, no explicit penalties for shorter or longer responses. Minimum 100 words, yeah. If you have 90 words, but if you have fulfilled all the requirements, then it's okay, and even longer, right? So usually we would say that you write about 1.5 pages, okay? And marks will not be awarded for unnecessary words, literary frills. What do we mean by literary frills? Bahasa berbunga, right? And irrelevant reference. So do not write things which are outside from the email or letter. Like I said it earlier, what you see is what you answer. Okay, do not bring outside things which you have been wanting to share, right, in writing. No, this is not the time for task one. Okay, so respond to all the notes provided, and this task, yeah, contains usually 4 notes, yeah, but sometimes 3. Okay, so it roughly about 3 to 4 notes. I hope you're aware about what notes are. Maybe when I share the question, you can see it. Okay, now, first, when you get task one, you analyze the stimulus, okay, the email or the letter. Who is the letter or email from? Very important. Who is the letter or email written to? And what is the letter or email about? What is it about? Okay, and is the language used formal or informal? What makes it a formal letter or email? If if it's an official email or letter, and to usually those in position, okay, and informal would be usually related to friends and family. Okay, so I'll just give you one example here. Thanking someone. Okay, so if it's formal, you would say, Dear Madam Muna, I'm writing to express my sincere gratitude for your assistance during the event. But if it's an informal scenario, then you would write it as, Hi Muna. You just go, Hi Muna. Thanks so much for helping out at the event. It was a huge help. Okay, so you see how we have changed, yeah, the use of vocabulary when we move from formal to informal, right? Okay, task one, right? We will look at the sample question, then it'll be easier for me to take you through. Okay, task one, your class teacher, Miss Mariam, is organizing a school program to encourage students to have a healthy lifestyle. Read the email from her. Okay, so it's from Miss Mariam, okay, and she's writing it to her students, right? And the subject is stay healthy. So, hi everyone, in celebrating International Youth Day. Okay, I think I'd rather you read it yourselves, yeah? Read it for yourselves. Okay? Okay, look at this. So it's wonderful. So you must say that it's something very nice, yeah? And agree. Do not disagree, because you disagree that such programs promote a healthy lifestyle. Yeah, follow the notes. Okay, I'm quite confident that your lecturers have trained you well. Yeah. Okay, and then here it's supposed to be something great. Yeah, so it's very positive. And here, suggest to. Sometimes they do not tell you to, they would just say provide suggestions. or provide activities, then in such scenario, you just provide two, either two recommendations or two activities. It depends what's required. So we are very clear that the letter is from Miss Mariam to her students. Yeah. Okay. Now, in you responding, you must be sure to use the words related to celebrating International Youth Day. Okay, you cannot write it in general. Okay, whatever I've highlighted here, you must be sure to use this. So you must address that it's a celebration for International Youth Day. I'm happy to inform you that our school, it's a school, yeah, not college or whatsoever, right? Be sure to stick closely to what's provided. And this is clearly an email, yeah? And organizing a stay healthy program, be sure to mention this and that it involves all students, okay? And you have to also write about to encourage students to have a healthy lifestyle. All right, be sure to mention this, okay, that this program is organized to encourage students to have a healthy lifestyle and that it's important to be healthy. Agree, because, okay, these are the words given. Remember earlier I said they just say agree because, so you be sure to give two reasons. Okay, they do not state that it's two reasons, but it's understood. When it's agree because, then understood that you're supposed to provide two reasons or maybe two activities, two recommendations, right? Okay, here, help me organize this program. This is from Miss Mariam, right? I need students to help me organize this program. So be sure that you're willing to help Miss Mariam organize this program. And then set up many teams to help me, and you can choose to be in one of those. So you have to address this. Whatever that's been highlighted in yellow, you must address. So you cannot write in a vacuum. Okay, very isolated, very general. No, stick closely to this. And then suggest a few. Okay, here the examiner is very kind, right? She or he has already written here, suggest two. And then remember the activities must be fun. So make sure, yeah, that the activities that you suggest are fun activities and at the same time benefit the students. So the activities, it's not like any activities. When you suggest the two activities, they must be activities which are fun and beneficial. Okay, we will look at how to go about this in another question. Yeah, so if you have any questions about the program, please ask. So you are required to answer a question. Okay, so if I have any doubts, right, will it be all right for me to make an appointment to meet you maybe, right? Any questions? So just don't leave it hanging here, and take care. Write soon. And this is the closing remark. We know it's from Miss Mariam. So altogether there are 4 notes and 13 items. All right, so if you okay, here, if you count all the ones that are highlighted in yellow, including the closing remark, you would actually get 13. Wait, it's jumping. Oh, sorry. Okay, there are 13 items altogether. Okay, including the 2 reasons and the 2 activities here. Yeah, but you do not worry so much about how many items. You don't count. Sometimes there are 12, sometimes there are 13. But be sure that you address each mentioned in the paragraphs here in the email. All right, but these 4 notes is very clear, right? Here, wonderful. You agree? It's great, and suggest too. These are the 4 notes. Okay, now we are going to a sample question 2, and here I will show you how to go about answering, yeah? Okay, read it silently first for yourselves. Okay. Okay, how many notes do we have? Four, right? No. Did you manage to visit your grandparents with your family? Do not write yes. You just follow the notes. No. So, what are you supposed to address here? How was your holiday? And then, did you manage to visit your grandparents with your family? So, the answer should be no. Have you gathered information for the task given? Right? I know that you had an idea of what to present for the English club. Can you share with me? So you're supposed to share, right? Explain to Joanne. They use the word tell here, right? So tell Joanne, right? About what you have, about your ideas. And then what to present on how to celebrate Father's Day. Can you give me some ideas, as I do not want to disappoint our teacher? So suggest two ideas. And here, do you think we can meet up so that I can ask you more about the presentation? Surely. So there are four notes altogether. Oh, jeez. I've just jumped. Oh my God. Why does it jump like this? Sorry. Okay. Okay. Okay, I hope it's full screen now. Okay, so there are four notes here. All right, so to the question, how was your holiday? So you can start with, hi, Joanne. All right, don't immediately answer to the question, how was your holiday? It was good. Yeah, do say something like, it is such a pleasure to hear from you. Yeah, do not your opening remark should not be, your first sentence should not be answering to the first question. Do say something like, hi Joanne, it is such a pleasure to hear from you. It has been quite a while since I last heard from you. Okay, only then you go on to respond to the question. Yeah, to address the question. Yeah, I repeat, if the question is, how are you, or how was your holiday, don't immediately jump and answer the question. Okay, write some pleasantry there first. Yeah, some exchanges, some nice exchanges there. So, like, hi Joanne, it is such a pleasure to hear from you, or it was a pleasant surprise. All right, to hear from you, or I was excited to see your email in my inbox. All right, because remember, this is an informal email. So you are allowed to write such things. And then you go on to answer the question, how was your holiday? So my holiday was well spent with my family, as we did a lot of things together. It was great. It is one of the most memorable experience for me so far. I've elaborated well, but I did not write anything outside the questions. Everything related in explaining how was my holiday. Okay, take some time to digest, yeah? A few seconds. Okay, next question. Did you manage to visit your grandparents with your family? Remember, the note was no, right? So, how do you respond to the note no? Sadly, my family and I could not visit my grandparents during the holidays. Do not stop there, all right? Do explain why. So, we could not make it because my sister was down with fever. Therefore, my parents cancelled the plan just for safety precaution. In case you wonder, my sister was not COVID positive, or now we have the influenza, or so be it. Yeah. So you go on to explain, because these days when you say, fever, flu, we always relate it to COVID or influenza, right? Okay. So do take a few seconds to read and digest. Okay. Have you gathered information for the task given? Right? So I know that you had an idea of what to present for the English club. Can you share? So remember, it was tell Joanne. So perhaps you could, share two. I know that you had an idea of what to present. So maybe you could provide two ideas on what to present. All right. So have you gathered information for the task given? I managed to gather some information on what to present on how we celebrated Father's Day. See, nothing is disconnected from the question. All right, we keep going on to talk about Father's Day. Do not say things in isolation. All right, always go back to the main idea of the email. No worries. Why am I saying no worries here? Why am I saying no worries here? Why? Because what does Joanne say? Right? Can you share with me so we understand that Joanne has no idea on what to present? So we are comforting her by saying, no worries. Remember, we must be closely related to the email when we reply. So no worries. I will share my idea with you. I am in two minds as to what to present on how we celebrate Father's Day. But here is a thought to share with you. I would probably present on what my family did for my father on that special day. I would show a video of our time spent at a restaurant, or else I would probably present how differently families commemorate Father's Day. So you see, I have explained. Yeah. Have you gathered information? I have answered. What to present? I've given her some ideas. All right. Okay. As for me, I am still clueless of what to present on how to celebrate Father's Day. Can you give me some ideas, as I do not want to disappoint our teacher again, right? Having shared my ideas, I suggest you present the different cards and notes on how our members appreciate their fathers. Another idea, which is simple but meaningful, is that you can present about how our members can surprise their fathers with their favorite meals when he gets home. Sorry, right? When he gets home. Okay, now there is a reminder here for you. The opening remark and the closing remark are very important. Okay, who is the writer here? From Joanne, and is going to Katie. The email is addressed to Katie, right? So who would be the one replying to this email? Who would be replying to this email? It must be from Katie to Joanne, correct? Your email must be to Joanne from Katie. So what happens if you get the closing remark, the sender wrong? What happens if you get the sender wrong? Your marks for content can go down as low as 2.5. Okay, if your language is really good, you're a very proficient writer, then maybe it can go up. The highest would be 3.5 for your writing for this 60 marks. Okay, it will go as high as 3.5 only if you get the sender wrong. So it's very, very important that you analyze. Remember, when I started discussing task 1 with you, you must know who is it from, okay, and who is it to, and what is the content of the email or the letter. So here we know it's about celebrating Father's Day. Okay, they have been assigned to a task and they have to come up with, ideas on how to present, how other families do it, and so on. Okay, so here the question given, the stimulus is from Joanne to Katie. When you reply, it must be to Joanne from Katie. So do not get the sender's name wrong, because the penalty is very, very high for that error. Yeah. Okay. Do you have any more questions for this? Okay, do put it in the chat box, yeah, for me to be able to take you through. All right. So you see, how do we link? All right. Sadly, my mom, my family, and I could not visit my grandparents. You see, we are sticking closely, and then we are not, diverting from the question. All right. And the organization as well, just stick to the organization in the stimulus, paragraph by paragraph. And then, of course, we have transition markers here. Therefore, okay, in case you wonder, right, it doesn't, the sentences do not stand in isolation. Okay, they are linked closely together. Okay, or else, all right, having shared my ideas, that means I'm linking the previous paragraph to what I'm about to write. Okay. Do you think we can meet up so that I can ask you more about the presentation? Surely, Joanne, we can meet up and I can clear my any doubts you have with your presentation. Just let me know the time and place. Why am I saying surely, Joanne? Because I'm replying right now. Katie is the sender, so I'm addressing it to Joanne. Okay, right. Here, task 2. The criteria. Task response. Your ability to answer the question, support and develop your ideas and present a clear position, right? If it's an argumentative essay, right? Are you agreeable or are you going to disagree, right? Coherence and cohesion. Now, what's the difference between coherence and cohesion? Coherence means your idea is, what do you say? Your idea from the beginning till the end is the same. That means if you agree, then all your points should show that you agree right to the end. You cannot, in your thesis statement, you cannot say you agree and then towards the end of your essay, you begin to disagree. That means you are contradicting yourself. Then your marks will suffer if you contradict. So coherence is your idea, right? Which is a consistent, yeah? Consistent is the right word, yeah? Consistent throughout. So if you agree, then you agree throughout. If you disagree, throughout. Do not say something in your thesis statement and then in your topic sentence is something else. Then your essay is not coherent. And cohesion will be something to do with your language. Okay, your organization of your paragraphs, okay, that your sentences share a relationship where they link to each other, one paragraph to another. And what helps us have cohesion in our writing? Definitely cohesive devices. Cohesive devices are the ones that I mentioned earlier. Sequence connectors, transition markers. Okay, there are a few terms for this. And lexical resource. What do we mean by lexical resource? Something to do with your vocabulary. Okay, very important use of vocabulary, right? When we speak to people, okay, even in examination, right, we are a bit humble. We do not throw in too many bombastic words. But I always tell my students, when you write, you show off. That's the time you show off your vocabulary in writing. Okay, vocabulary which we don't normally use when we speak, but we can use it when we write, because we want to show that we have a good lexical resource, right? Okay, now when we talk about lexical resources, like I told you, it has got something to do with vocabulary, right? Not something to do, it is vocabulary. So we need to use, yeah, class, please take this down. Low frequency words. We must use low frequency words. Okay. And then there's this everyday words, everyday vocabulary. And then we also have basic vocabulary and we have thematic vocabulary. Okay. Maybe we may not be able to use too many low frequency words. Now, what are low frequency words? Low frequency words is when we use these words in our writing, then the examiner has to take her dictionary out to check the meaning. Okay, to check the meaning and to check whether the words are used correctly in the correct context. Okay, that means basically low frequency. From the word low, you know that we don't normally use these words. So what are some examples of low frequency words? Conundrum, right? Enervate or ephemeral, right? These are the words we don't normally hear or use. But if you are able to, please put in some low frequency words in your writing. But if you do not know, just leave it. It's rather not, that you write and get it wrong. All right. So only when you are familiar and you are sure. Okay. Right. Everyday words or everyday vocabulary are words that befit our Muet level. That means it should be befit our language proficiency at Muet level. Okay, that means words which we were using in Form 4, Form 5 when we were writing essays. That's everyday words. So examples would be like spontaneous, divulged, or what other words are there? Apparently. Okay, these are some good everyday words which we can use, right? Okay, suffice, yeah, it suffice to say these are everyday vocabulary. Basic vocabulary would be words which you have been using maybe from primary school, Form 1, Form 2, and you are still using everyday vocabulary, basic vocabulary in your writing, then it's not going to be too good, yeah, for your marks. All right. So we would want to like progress, right, to Form 4, Form 5, everyday words which we use, which are everyday vocabulary, not, yeah, reduce your number of basic vocabulary. And thematic vocabulary, from the word theme. Okay, so if it, that means the vocabulary which you use should be related to the topic. Okay, so if you talk about the topic is about internet, then I think when it comes to internet, I think students, you would have a better list, you would have a better list of vocabulary. Okay, so we could use words like encryption, firewall, browser. Now, these are the words I know, yeah, but I'm sure you have a longer list. And when you talk about social media, right, the title, the topic of your writing is on social media, then we could use words like social alienation, social fatigue, right? Digital detox, online disinhibition, right? That means you come out of it. Yeah, you need to, you want to have a break, right, from social media. So you come out of it, right? These are some thematic vocabulary related to social media, right? So if you can't write low frequency and thematic vocabulary, at least try using everyday vocabulary, right? It's good if you can use low frequency words and thematic, okay? But if you are not able to, please fall back on everyday vocabulary. Okay, that will help you a little. And to get a basic 4.5 band, you must use at least everyday vocabulary, right? So that's the reason I said, yeah, if you can't use low frequency and thematic vocabulary, fall back on everyday vocabulary. At least it will ensure that you are in the 4.5 band, okay? And your sentence structures play a part. What do I mean by sentence structures? You must have a share of simple, compound, and complex. I did mention this earlier on in my presentation. So what makes our sentence make our sentences to be compound sentences, or rather complex sentences? Okay, if you talk about writing compound sentences, then definitely you must know fanboys, right? Fanboys. What are fanboys? Fanboys are coordinating conjunctions. Coordinating conjunctions. Fanboys. Fanboys. F for A for and, N for no, B for but, B for but, O for or, Y for yet, and S for so. Okay, so by using these fanboys, you would actually be linking two simple sentences together. Okay, I repeat, fanboys, for, and, nor, N-O-R, but, or, yet, so. So the moment fanboys appear in your sentences, then we know these are compound sentences. Yeah, this is how we identify compound sentences, from the use of coordinating conjunctions. Don't forget about the word coordinating conjunctions. Just remember fanboys. Okay, just remember fanboys to make compound sentences. And what about complex sentences? What about complex sentences? Now, for complex sentences, you use subordinating conjunctions. But again, I don't want to frighten you with these terms. Yeah, forget about subordinating conjunctions. Just remember to use words like because, though, although, until, where, when, since. When you use these words, yeah, to connect your sentences, then you get complex sentences. Okay, you can always go into the internet and look for coordinating conjunctions or subordinating conjunctions, or just look for samples of compound sentences and complex sentences. Yeah, and you analyze, yeah, which words make them compound or complex. Yeah, you can do that on your own. Okay, now grammatical range and accuracy, your ability to use a variety of sentence structures and the accuracy you have with your grammar. So be consistent with your grammar, right? Don't mix your tenses. And even when you write your thesis statement, it must be parallel, right? So if you use simple present tense, yeah, the verbs are in simple present tense, then all your 3 points, you must word them to be simple present tense. Yeah, I will explain this when I show you a sample essay later. Yeah, you will be able to see it better. Okay, now response to question for task 2. I'm referring to my notes. Okay, right. Response to question. Answer all segments or parts given. Sometimes we are so quick. Yeah, we read the stimulus, we read the question, we'll jump and dive in and we start writing. Why? Only because this is something I've read before. I'm quite familiar with this topic. No, you got to stop. Yeah, read, analyze exactly what's required. Sometimes there are more than one segment or one part to your question. The requirement of the question. And ideas and arguments are valid and precise. Do not write anything out of context. Okay, something very valid and precise. Get straight to the point. Remember, this is an academic writing. Okay, and your language has to be very formal. Okay, adequate elaboration. Now, what do we mean by elaboration here? So in each body paragraph, after you write your topic sentence, you have to provide elaboration. Again, I will explain this together with the sample essay. Yeah, it'll be easier. You can see it better. Okay, now types of essays. Earlier on, I did tell you, right, there are three types of essay. So one is discursive, one is argumentative, and one is problem solution. Now, under discursive writing, what do we do? Two opposing sides of an issue. That means you write both sides, the good and the bad, the advantages and disadvantages, yeah? And it's an unbiased stand. Okay, you do not take any sides. You write it as it is. Okay, your opinion doesn't come in there. So that's what we mean by unbiased. So 2 plus 1 or 1 plus 2. Okay, 2 agree, 1 disagree, or 1 agree, 2 disagree. Organization, you have the introduction, body paragraphs, and conclusion. Now, how many body paragraphs should there be in an extended essay? How many body paragraphs? Now, you are required to write 250 words. Yeah, so for a 250 word essay, you are allowed to write two. Yeah, two body paragraphs. Okay, you're allowed to. Yeah, in case you brainstorm for a few minutes, but you're not able to come up with a third point, then it's okay, right? It's okay to have just two body paragraphs. That means your essay will be a 4-paragraph essay. 1 paragraph for introduction, 2 body paragraphs, and 1 conclusion. Okay, but if you can brainstorm for 3 points, then 3 body paragraphs. Okay, but the thing is, yes, it's all nice to have just 2 body paragraphs, but you have to elaborate it in detail. Yeah, you must have a lot of knowledge to elaborate on this 2 points. Yeah, 2 body paragraphs. Okay, argumentative, you either agree or disagree. Yeah, you can, these days, I think the past few years, extended writing, any topics, they allow you to take write it as discursive or argumentative. Problem and solution is a different ball game. I will explain that later. Okay. For argumentative, you either agree or disagree. Persuade the reader to agree with the stand stated. Okay, that means if you agree, then you got to persuade your reader that why you agree and you are right. Okay, to agree. Organization, you have introduction, body paragraphs, conclusion. Same. All right. For discursive and argumentative, the organization is the same, right? But the body paragraphs, you decide whether you want 2 or 3. But a reminder, if you have 2 body paragraphs, then you have to elaborate. There must be extra elaboration in your 2 body paragraphs. All right. Okay, here. Types of essay. Essay 3, right? The third type, problem solution. Presents a problem or issue and solution. A few organizational models. Now, there are a few, but usually we suggest two types. Yeah, how 2 models. Yeah, I'd rather use the word model, right? Model 1. So, in the introduction, you write general and specific statements related to the problem or issue, and your thesis statement should be 3 solutions. Paragraph 2, that means body paragraph 1, solution 1, paragraph 3, solution 2, paragraph 4, solution 3. Conclusion, restate the main points, the solutions. Now, when do you use this model? When do you use this model? When they have written the problem clearly for you in the statement. Okay, they have told, they write it as here. This is the problem. Okay, and they request that you write. The question requires you to write only the solutions. I repeat, the question requires you to write only the solutions. Then you use this model. That means in your introductory paragraph, you write general, okay, and specific statements related. Oh, what do I mean by general and specific? Sorry, specific. Oh my, Sorry, I'm very sorry. Yeah. Specific statements related to the problem. Why? Because the statement given, the stimulus given is written clearly, right? The problem has been clearly stated for you, and the question requires you to write three solutions. So as such, you would write specific statements related to the problem in your introductory paragraph. You write a thesis statement mentioning the three solutions, and then your three body paragraphs will be one for each solution. And conclusion, you restate your thesis statement with the main points, but you just restate means you use different vocabulary. Okay, now model 2. If the problem or issue provided in the statement could lead to other problems, that means they've mentioned the problem in the statement, okay, but the question requires you to still write, okay, what causes this problem, okay, that means lead to other problems, and also solution are. This is when you do this, okay, that means, let me repeat, the question requires you to write the problem and the solution, both. Yeah, both problem and solution. Then you use model 2. That means in your introduction, you write general statements on the topic, on the statement given, and then thesis statement, state the problem in general, and three solutions which are specific. Okay, I hope I'm clear. Okay, because the problem has been stated, but they still want you to write about the problems and solution. As such, you would state the problem and also the solutions in your thesis statement. All right, so your body paragraphs, paragraph 1, problem 1, solution 1, problem 2, solution 2, problem 3, solution 3. Okay, and your conclusion restates your conclusion, restates the thesis statement, and maybe you have a closing statement there, okay, as a closure to your essay. Okay, I hope I'm clear on this. All right, now again, there are other models. I'm not saying you are not allowed to, but these are safe models for you to use. Yeah, because sometimes you would write your one problem in body paragraph 1, and then body paragraph 2 and 3, you have two solutions. You are not allowed to do that. If you have one problem, you have one solution. If you have two problems, two solutions. So that is the reason why we suggest model 2 if you are required to write problems and solutions. So this is a safe take. Yeah, problem 1, solution 1, problem 2, solution 2, problem 3, solution 3. You cannot give 3 problems, 1 solution, or 2 problems, 1 solution, or 1 problem, 2 solutions. Cannot. Yeah, it must match. Okay, if you give a problem, then there must be a solution for that particular problem. Another problem, then another solution to fix the problem. Okay, I hope I'm clear. Yeah. Okay, example here. You know something, when I use the mouse, it jumps. Okay, right. Model 2. Okay. Increasing social media addiction among teenagers. All right, so what's the general statement here? Social media addiction among teenagers has become a growing concern, negatively impacting their mental health, academic performance, and social relationships. Okay, so to address this issue, parents should set stricter screen time limits. Schools should implement educational programs on responsible social media use, and teenagers themselves should be encouraged to engage in offline activities. Now, what do you understand from this problem solution question? That means they have already given you, yeah, they have already given you the problems and you are required to write only the solution. So as such, you write a general statement, okay, on this, increasing social media addiction among teenagers. So you write a general statement on the problem, and then all your 3 body paragraphs would be on the solutions which are stated in your thesis statement. Parents should set stricter screen time limits. Schools should implement educational programs on responsible social media use. And your third point, teenagers themselves should be encouraged to engage in offline activities. Okay, now let's move on to another question. Youth unemployment. This is not a problem. Oh, yeah, this is a problem solution question. Youth unemployment is a growing concern in Malaysia. What are the causes and what solutions can be implemented to address this issue? The problem is stated, youth unemployment is a growing concern in Malaysia. What are the causes and what solutions can be implemented to address this issue? So clearly, this question requires you to write the problems and the solutions here, the causes and the solutions. So as such, which model will you use? Model 1 or model 2? You must use model 2 here, where your first body paragraph, the first cause and the solution. Next paragraph, second cause, the solution. Following body paragraph, another cause and the solution. So this is where clearly we must use model 2. Okay? Are you with me still? Are you still writing? If you're still writing, then good. I'm doing a good job. I'm doing justice. Okay. Now, we are moving on to different types of questions. Yeah, other questions. Yeah, sample questions on extended writing. Okay, there is a lot of controversy about the generation gap between parents and children. Give your opinion. There is a lot of controversy about the generation gap between parents and children. Give your opinion. So what should you underline here? A lot of controversy related to general gap between parents and children. Give your opinion. So give your opinion. You can choose to write either in a discursive manner or argumentative manner. Okay, either discursive or argumentative. Okay, now you either agree, disagree, or take a partial stand. But when you take a partial stand, you always say, I partially agree. Do not ever say, I partially disagree. Because when you say, I partially disagree, sometimes it can be very confusing. So to a safe take would be partially agree rather than partially disagree. So again, I repeat, for this question, you can answer as agree, disagree, or partially agree. Okay, now here, please, the question is a lot of controversy about generation gap between parents and children. So as you write in your essay, repeatedly, whenever you write about these two, it must be between parents and children, not between grandparents and children, or between old people and young people, or the older generation and the younger generation. Do not change the question. The question clearly says parents and children. So abide, go by it. All right. So give your opinion. Now, what is the generation gap? What do you think the generation gap is? Or what could the generation gap be between our parents and children, or between your parents and you? Okay, I'm sure there are many differences, or differences in attitudes, values, beliefs, okay, even in the choice of your career, maybe. Okay, your parents want you to be a teacher, but you do not want because it's not glamorous. Being a teacher is no fun. It's not glamorous. They don't pay you much. Maybe, I don't know why you do not want to be a teacher. Okay, and parents, one example would be why. Why do you think there's a generation gap? Why do you think there's a generation gap? How did our parents grow up? They grew up without social media. Okay, they depended on physical communication, all right, face-to-face communication. They read papers, okay, they read papers, they watched TV, they wrote letters. But children today, what about children today? You are digital natives. Yeah, that's how, right, young people can be described as digital natives. Yeah, you have grown up, okay, with the internet. Yeah, you have grown up using the internet, smartphones, okay, social media. These are part and parcel of your growing up. So definitely there would be a gap. Okay, so you have to write this, right? Agree, then two, right? Two or three. So you can take, what do you say? Why does the generation gap exist? So you can use differences in attitude, beliefs, and values. Okay, and what causes this? What causes this? Caused by social, cultures, and technological aspects. Yeah, generation gap today is mainly, it's out of, it's a result of technological differences. Okay, right. I'm sure sometimes your parents come to you, right, to ask you about certain things. Yeah, how do I get into TikTok, or how do I start an Instagram? Now, I'm guilty of that. Yeah, my children actually helped me with all this, and they still do. Okay, so there is a there is a generation gap between parents and children. Okay, all right. So you either agree or disagree. If you disagree, what are you going to disagree? You are not going to say there isn't a controversy. Yeah, you are just going to say there is no generation gap between parents and children. But I think it's more difficult to disagree. We rather agree to this statement. It's easier to write this topic, yeah, to be very frank with you. Okay, now the internet is to be blamed for the lack of creativity and critical thinking in today's youth. Do you agree with the statement? The internet is to be blamed for the lack of creativity and critical thinking in today's youth. Do you agree with the statement? Maybe the students will not disagree, will disagree, sorry. Maybe the students will disagree and the lecturers here will agree. Okay, so what's the controlling idea here? What's the controlling idea here? The internet negatively impacts creativity and critical thinking in today's youth. Yeah, that's the controlling idea. Okay, the issue in this question. And what are the instruction words here? What's the instruction here? Do you agree with the statement? So you either agree, disagree, or take a partial stand. Okay, but you cannot contradict yourself. If you contradict yourself, you cannot get band 4, even band 4. Yeah, if you contradict yourself, it will definitely be lower than band 4. Okay, so see, the question says youth, today's youth. So do not change the word to your, to your liking. You say, oh, okay, students and youth are the same. No, you cannot. Stick to the word youth. Yeah, do not, in the process of writing, you conveniently change youth to students. Cannot. Stick to the word youth. And internet. Okay, internet, do not change internet to social media. From the beginning until the end, it must be internet and it must be related to youth. Do not change it to social media or students. Okay, if you change it, if you change youth to to students or internet to social media, okay, that means your content is wrong. You are not fulfilling the requirement of the question. As such, what will you get? What band for this question? The highest would be 2.5. I'm not exaggerating. Okay, because if you change, that means you're changing the question. All right, as such, the highest you could get would be band 2.5. So be very sure. That's why I said analyze the question. What is it they want? Understand. It's not just answering the question, fulfilling the requirement of the question. So what's right about the internet and youth? Do not change it to your liking. Okay, and again, we are talking about lack of creativity and critical thinking. Okay, lack of creativity, critical thinking. So you only touch on this. Okay, not about how internet negatively impact your communication skills or your leadership skills. No, that means you're introducing a new topic. Do not change the given topic to a new topic. Okay, stick strictly to internet, the lack of creativity, critical thinking, and about the youth, not students. Okay. All right, I have a sample essay for this question, which I will show you later. Yeah, share it once I stop sharing the slides. Yeah, I do not want it to disrupt the flow, right? So I've got two essays to show you, yeah, how to go about it. All right, okay. Now, competition is healthy. Do you agree? Do you agree? So again, it can be written as a discursive or argumentative essay. As such, you either agree, disagree, or you partially agree. I repeat, do not ever write I partially disagree. Because when you take a partially disagree the stand of partially disagree, it can be confusing. Competition is healthy. I partially disagree. It can get confusing, right? Okay, so let's be safe and write partially agree or disagree. Okay, now, like I told you earlier, you can write two body paragraphs. Why? Because it's just a 250 word essay. Of course, you can write 350 or 400 words. Okay, and if you write two body paragraphs, remember your content must be very, very adequate, right? Very, very elaborate. Okay, now, what are the points if you agree that competition is healthy? Do you want to just scribble on your paper first before I take you through? Right? Put your thinking caps on. Okay, because I'm afraid you're slouching down on your chairs. Sit up straight if you're feeling sleepy. Grab a coffee. Okay, just scribble if you agree or you disagree. Okay, I hope you have your points. So competition is healthy if you agree. Points to agree. Perhaps competition is important. Why? Because they motivate us to improve ourselves. Okay, or you can say competition is healthy. Why? Because it encourages. Yeah, competition encourages us to be innovative. All right, how does it motivate us to improve ourselves? Because when you take part in a competition, we keep striving, okay, to excel. All right, and then how does it encourage us to be innovative? When we take part in competitions, we are forced to think creatively, right? We are forced to think creatively. So we get innovated, right? Sorry, we get innovative. Okay. And then it also, competitions also build confidence. All right. So here the word competition is in a singular form. So we put it as competition builds confidence. How? How? Because when we succeed, it boosts our self esteem. We feel good about ourselves. So this helps build our confidence. And if you disagree, why do we disagree that competition is healthy? Ask yourself, do you like competitions? Okay, so those who don't like, perhaps one of your most important reason would be competition creates unnecessary stress. Okay, competition creates unnecessary stress. Why is it stressful? Because the pressure to win is there, right? You feel pressured to win, so this causes unnecessary stress. And then it and another reason to disagree would be it fosters this win or lose mentality. So we begin to see everything as a competition. Okay, there's a lot of a focus, excessive focus on competing with one another. And another reason to disagree would be we can lose our self-esteem. If you win, it builds your confidence, but if you lose, you're going to lose your self esteem. So it leads to a feeling of inadequacy, as though we are not adequate, we are not good enough, right? So what would a good thesis statement for this would be? What would a good thesis statement be for this question? While, yeah, this is what I've prepared, some notes here for me. While competition can serve as a powerful motivator and catalyst for innovation, it is only healthy when balanced with a focus on personal growth. So this is, what stand is it? What stand am I taking? I partially agree that competition is healthy. Yes, I agree there is a powerful motivator and a catalyst for innovation, but I also think that competition, it must be balanced with a focus on personal growth. All right? Okay, next question. Youngsters should pursue courses based on job opportunities. Do you agree with the statement? Now, many students, when they answered this question, they got it wrong. Why? Because they brought in their own words. Okay, like they changed the word youngsters, and they changed, the courses based on job opportunity. What did they change it to? What did they change it to? It must be based on their interests. Okay, they disagree and then they change the question. All right, why do they disagree? Because they say youngsters should pursue courses based on their interest. Now, what happens here? The candidates change the questions to their liking. You understand now? So that's what I say. If youngsters, don't change it to graduates, don't change it to students. Okay, don't change it to adults. Okay, and the question is youngsters should pursue causes based on job opportunity. Because you disagree, you change job opportunities to their interests. Okay, pursue causes based on their interests. Then wrong. You're wrong. You'll get it wrong. So the highest you could get is 2.5. Band 2.5 for this 60-mark question. Okay. All right. So if you agree, it ensures a stable career path. Okay, because if your causes are based on your job opportunities, then of course you're going to secure a job, right? So it ensures a stable career path. And if you disagree, that I happen to have more points for disagree. Okay, it is equally important for youngsters to consider their interest and passions. Okay, and you should pursue a field solely for employment. If you pursue a field solely for employment, then you are going to lose your interest, which will lead to dissatisfaction in your career life. Okay, so youngsters should pursue courses based on job opportunities. You agree? Why? Because they have a stable career path. And if you disagree, okay, because it is equally important for youngsters to also consider their interests and passions. Okay, but you don't change the statement. All right, your point is on, you are saying that you disagree that youngsters should pursue courses based on job opportunities because, okay, then you just say, right, that they should consider their interests and passions as well, but you do not change the statement. Okay, I disagree because I think youngsters should pursue courses based on their interests, and then you are wrong. Okay, and another point to disagree would be if you pursue a course solely on job opportunities, but you don't have interest, yeah, in this course, then it's going to lead to depression. You'll be dissatisfied with your career. All right. So these are some things you can say. But I think for this, if you agree, you must have 2 or 3 points. Disagree, 2 or 3 points. I took a safe path. Yeah, I've decided to take a partially agree, a stand. Yeah, to agree partially with this. Okay. Now, some people think, we are moving on to another question. It's already 9, it's going to be 9:20. I've got a few more things to do with you, right? Okay, some people think that it is important to use one's leisure for self-improvement activities. Others believe that one should rest the mind during leisure time. Now, please read this question for yourselves. Read it silently for you to digest what's required. Okay, right. So if you see carefully, when you analyze this question carefully, there are two questions and there are two parts to this question. Some people think that it is important to use one's leisure for self-improvement activities. Others believe that one should rest the mind during leisure time. That's it. No instructional words here, no instructional words here. They just stop it. So, as such, what do? You have to address both the parts. Okay? Why some people think that it's important to use one's leisure for self improvement activities? And the other part is why do some believe that one should rest the mind during leisure time? You have to address views. Okay, now for personal, what are the important words here? Leisure for self-improvement activities. So if you give examples, the activities must be to improve yourself. Don't give any activity. Yeah, the activities must be for self-improvement activities. And others believe that one should rest the mind during leisure time. So what kind of activities would help you rest your mind? Okay, now we must be very clear about this. So for personal growth, okay, and for self-improvement activities, what kind of activities could there be? Okay, activities for personal growth and skill development. Okay, how? What kind of activities help us in our personal growth and to develop our skills? Okay, and what are the activities that help us rest our mind during our free time, leisure time? Okay, would you like to just scribble a little? What are the activities that help us improve ourselves? And activities that can help us rest our mind? Okay, so what are the self-improvement activities? Activities that can help us grow. So examples would be team building activities. Yeah, team building activities. When during weekends, during your leisure time, you get involved in team building activities. Now, why? During team building activities, we can learn the skills to cooperate and collaborate with one another. Okay, instead of letting our leisure time just pass, right, we get involved in team building activities. Yeah, through team building activities we can learn skills to cooperate, collaborate, leadership qualities. Okay, and then how do we rest our mind? What are some ways, yeah, activities that can help us rest our mind? Taking a walk, all right, taking a walk, all right, in the nature, right, enjoying the nature. Okay, why is this good? It helps us release our tension, it helps us calm ourselves down. Okay, and then another activity that could help you rest your mind would be hobbies. Okay, hobbies. Why or how? Okay, hobbies are enjoyable and they are not too demanding. Okay, it helps us reset our mind. Yeah, to helps us reset our mental state. Not mind, mental state. Yeah, it helps reset our mental state, and these would help us handle challenges better, handle or manage challenges better during the weekdays, maybe, right? While we work, we are ready because we are able to, we have calmed ourselves down by, engaging in hobbies that we like or taking a nature walk. All right. Okay, indulging yourself in your hobbies. Okay, so now it's 9:26. I would like to share with you two sample essays as promised. Okay, allow me to share the screen. Yeah. Okay, can you see? You see the screen, yeah? Okay, this is, perhaps I enlarge it a bit. Okay, the internet is often blamed for the lack of creativity and critical thinking in today's youth. Remember, this is the question we did earlier. Write an essay expressing your opinion on the topic. Write at least 250 words. The internet has become the most important network around the world, especially now during the COVID-19 pandemic. Is it still COVID-19 pandemic? We have moved on to the influenza stage. Yeah, there are so many other diseases coming in, monkeypox and so on. Yeah, to say that internet has become the most important network, especially when COVID-19 pandemic started, right? That's when internet really became important, where we have, uh, virtual classes, yeah, where Google Meet came in and all kind of apps, yeah, came in. The internet is seen as a savior for all those who are undergoing the lockdown period, right? Who were undergoing the lockdown period. Although the internet, yeah, allows us to find information at the click of a button, it has its trade-offs too. Okay, I thus agree with the statement that the internet is often blamed for the lack of creativity and critical thinking in today's youth because it makes them lazy, poor problem solvers, and less mature. So, do I agree or disagree? I agree. Okay, I agree with the statement. What is the statement? The internet is often blamed for the lack of creativity. So, to show that our youth today have become, less creative. They are not as creative and not as critical as they should be. Okay, so now here, this is our, what's this? What's this? This is our thesis statement. Yeah, we have our 3 points there. If you can't brainstorm for 3 points, then 2 should be okay, but you have to be very, very uh, uh, clear of what you are saying. You have some deep knowledge. Huh? There must be depth in your body paragraphs if you have 2 points only. Okay, the internet is frequently held responsible for the youth's lack of creativity and critical thinking because the internet makes them lazy. So where did I take this? This is my first point from my thesis statement. Okay, this is my first point from my thesis statement. So youths today, this is my topic sentence. Okay, so my topic sentence is based on my first point in the thesis statement. Youths today no longer need to remember any information because the internet provides all the answers to every question by just clicking on the keyboard. How will kids ever learn to retain information and connect the dots if technology rapidly provides all the answers? So remember, when we write elaboration, the supporting details, we must answer 2 questions. Why and how? Why and how, right? Internet makes the youths lazy. So do I have the answers here? Yes, I do. Okay. The youths are getting lazy to read and engage in meaningful discussions, the very essence of being creative and critical. So here are my examples. This is my example. Okay. Now, my second topic sentence. The internet is also often held liable for youth's lack of creativity and critical thinking as the youths are found to be poor problem solvers. Where did this point come from? The second point from my thesis statement. So I'm explaining why and how. Yeah, in my supporting details, in the elaboration, I explain why and how. This is because the internet seems to provide the youths with all the information they need. To the extent, T, to the extent, to the extent of even making conclusions for them. Okay, writing essays, perhaps you fall back on ChatGPT, on the internet, okay, to get your essays written. Everything is done for you. So how could the youths be creative and critical? There is rarely any opportunity for the youths to solve problems themselves. Even, I think these days, even personal problems we type in, right, to ask how to solve it for us. Okay, so how are they able, the youths, how are they able to get creative and critical without having solved any problems on their own? I believe that the internet destroys the youth's creativity and criticality. And here, this is my closing, a statement, a closure, okay, for the paragraph. A concluding statement for the paragraph. Yeah, a concluding statement for the paragraph. You know why? Because I agree with the statement. So I'm saying I believe that the internet are making it very strong of my stand. Okay, finally, the internet is regularly held accountable for the lack of creativity and thinking of today's youth because they seem less matured. Again, where did this point come from? From the thesis statement. The third point from my thesis statement. So the reason I'm showing you this is when you have 3 points in your thesis statement, your first point must be your first topic sentence. Your second point must be your second topic sentence, and your third point must be your third topic sentence. A 2011 study in the Science Journal reports that when we know we have full access to information on the internet, we no longer process our thoughts. Okay, as a result, our ability to grow or expand our maturity is negatively impacted, which affects our thinking skills. The same applies to the youths. The more access they get to unlimited information, the lesser opportunity they have to develop their maturity. Here, this is the closure. To sum up, remember the transition markers we said, we need one paragraph to link with another. See here, the internet is frequently held. Then we also have words. The internet is also. Okay, finally, right? These are all the way we connect one paragraph to another. And the relationship between one sentence to another, link us to connect one sentence to another. We use words like so, therefore, thus, okay, as a result. All right, to sum up, with the infiltration of the internet into the youth's lives, creativity and critical thinking skills are harder to achieve. It is clearly explained how the internet negatively impacts the youth's creativity, critical thinking that are supported with credible evidence. Okay, the youths have become increasingly dependent on the internet to complete their daily tasks. You see, I'm saying it again, but I'm using different words. This has led to the youth's laziness, poor problem solving skills, and low maturity. Whereas earlier on, I wrote as less mature, and here I change it to low maturity. Poor problem solving skills. Here I wrote it as poor problem solvers. Okay, so you can restate your important points, your points again, but differently. Yeah, use different vocabulary. Okay, this is where your lexical knowledge comes in. No creativity, no criticality can come out of this. Okay, right. Let me just show you another essay. Okay, just allow me to show another essay very quickly. Okay, here I've got a few other things. Clearer. I suppose this essay is clearer. Okay, here. This is a question on, remember, I didn't go through this question with you, but I'm just introducing this. Let me just enlarge it for you. Okay, social networking can ruin your life. This is a comment made by a speaker, right? So you see, you attended a talk by a famous social media expert, which was recently organized during the open day at your college. The following comment was made by the speaker. Now, when you write your essay, completely ignore this. This is just a context for you. Do not write, last week I attended a talk by a famous. No, no, no. Okay, I'm very sure that your lecturers would have drilled this into you. Ignore this part. Okay, you don't bring in the speaker or the open day at your college, right? You just address the statement. This is a comment made by the speaker. Social networking can ruin your life. And how many words? At least 250 words. So you can write more. Okay, so introduction. Could you just read it for yourselves first? Okay, so agree or disagree with the statement? I strongly believe. That means you strongly agree that social networking can ruin your life. I strongly believe that social networking can ruin our lives by causing us depression, exposing us to harassment, and promoting an unhealthy lifestyle. In the beginning of my presentation, I remember telling you about making it parallel. Your verbs must be parallel, especially in thesis statement. So you see, causing, exposing, promoting. If you want it as causes, if it's causes, if it's causes, then it must be exposes, promotes. Okay, so this is what I mean, that your structure must be parallel, your grammar. Yeah, your use of grammar in your essay must be parallel, especially in your thesis statement, because usually there are three verbs. If 3 points, three verbs, 2 points, two verbs, maybe. Yeah, related to the points. Okay, causing, exposing, promoting. This is what we mean, making it parallel, the tenses. Yeah. Okay, body paragraph 1. One way the social networking can ruin our lives is by causing us depression and anxiety. See here, causing us depression. This is our thesis statement, right? This is our thesis statement. Okay, so each of these points will become my topic sentence for each of the body paragraphs. So one way the social networking can ruin our lives is by causing us depression and anxiety. This is my topic sentence 1. Okay, then in in the elaboration or supporting ideas, remember I told you, I gave you two words. Yeah, we must explain why and how. So we usually tend to spend, I'm explaining, yeah, why and how. We usually tend to spend many hours on social media, on average about 2 to 3 hours each day. As a result, it can adversely affect our mood and health, leading up to poor physical, emotional, and mental health. See, I'm explaining, okay, why and how I'm saying social networking can ruin our lives. As a result, it can adversely. So this is a linker here. This is a linker. Okay, as a result, it can adversely affect our mood and lead. Okay, sorry, I have read that. A sign of poor mental health could be finding it difficult to manage how we think, feel, act with respect. It is thus clear how social networking can result in depression and anxiety. See how connected, and it's a very comprehensive paragraph. There's topic sentence, The supporting details consist of, the how and the why. Okay, and then some examples. A sign of poor mental health could be finding it difficult. I've provided examples, and there's a concluding remark. It is thus clear how social networking can result in depression and anxiety. Paragraph 2 would be based on the second point, exposing us to harassment, right? So another way, see, it's connecting. This paragraph is connecting to the previous paragraph through the transition. Yeah. Another way social networking can damage. See how connected it is. Now, this is what I meant. Yeah. Can damage our lives is by exposing us to harassments. There are many unscrupulous. Now, this is the topic sentence 2.
Excuse me, doctor.
Yes, yes.
Doctor, we have 5 more minutes left. Thank you.
Okay. All right, sure. Thank you. Okay. And there are many unscrupulous individuals who use the social networking to bully, threaten, embarrass us, and act known as cyberbullying or internet harassment. We are exposed to these harassments 24/7, which can sometimes be very severe. Okay, so you see examples. I have an example here, and then I have a concluding remark. Same, likewise, paragraph 3. Also, I have a topic sentence. Supporting details to explain the how and the why. Some of the side effects are becoming lazy, obese, and being disconnected. Okay, the examples. We can see that social networking can make us inactive and our daily routine to become non productive. A concluding remark here. And conclusion on the whole. Okay, it is very clear that social networking can affect our lives negatively. We can become depressed, be harassed, and end up being unhealthy as the consequences of using the social media for networking. One may argue that social networking has its positive side, which allows people to communicate and remain in contact with friends. However, I'm strongly of the opinion that the negative effects outweigh the positive aspects. Okay, I think this is an essay which is rather comprehensive. Now, here, the essay totals up to, it looks simple, right? It looks simple, but everything is there. And the essay totals up to 394 words, more than enough because you are required to write 250 words. You see, generally each paragraph it's like 70 words. Yeah, 70 to 80 words. Yeah, in fact can be about 350 words with shorter sentences. If you have made your sentences shorter, then it can be about 350 words. And the structures, yeah, consist of simple, compound, and complex sentences. And again, I would like to remind you that you have to be consistent with your use of pronouns. I have used we throughout the essay. If you see throughout the essay, it's we. Can ruin our lives, okay? Right? Our mood, okay? So I'm consistent. So we can use we or we can use you. If you use you, fine, but it must be consistent throughout. Yeah. So with that, I think I've come to the end of my presentation. Okay, so I pass it back to the organizers.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nityavani, for the valuable information and guidelines you have shared with us today. Yeah? It was a very enlightening session for both the students and the lecturers. I sincerely hope that everyone has gained a clear understanding of the tips given by Dr. Nityavani. Hopefully, you will be able to implement what is taught for the Muet writing test. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now open the webinar platform for the Q&A session. We will see whether we have any questions in the chat box. We have a question. Doctor,
Grammar. Okay, I know, I feel you, yeah. This is Bazrina. Okay, but we must know, yeah, we must understand that it's not something that we can improve overnight. Okay, it's a lot of hard work, years of work on grammar. But to start off, perhaps you can write, like the guide, the tip that I gave you, that you have to be parallel in your tenses. So if you choose to use past tense, then you have all the words in the present form, your tenses. Yeah. If it's your, to start off with, would be your thesis statement. If you have an ing there in a continuous form, then ensure that all three verbs or two verbs consist ing. That's a starting point. Yeah. And perhaps you could get your singular, plural, the basic first. Okay, we are not looking at a big picture since you are saying you have problems in terms of grammar. So the quick remedy would be getting your singular, plural, your pronouns right. Okay, do not use he and she interchangeably, you and we interchangeably. These will help cushion the errors a little. Yeah, this is my take on this. Okay,
Thank
Basri.
you. Thank you,
Yeah.
Bazrina. Sure, your lecturer will be helpful in this too. Thank you, Doctor. Next question
Is it important to
by
ask you?
Alia.
Sorry. It's an option. It's an option, Alia. Yeah, you know why? I know why you're asking this question, because my first sample essay, I had questions. Yeah, not necessarily. Sometimes these questions act as a savior for us. Okay, it gives it gives our essay an right? So I would say it as it's an option to ask questions, need not necessarily. My second essay, I did not have any questions. Yeah, if you notice. All right.
But Doctor, we can have questions in introduction, right? As the hook for
Yes,
the
yes,
essay.
yeah, yes, yes. Introduction can start with a hook, yeah. It can be in a statement form,
Quotations.
yeah, yeah. Questions, or you provide some statistics, a
Any
proverb, right?
yeah, any quotations, something like that.
Yes, yes,
Quotes.
yes. Thanks. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Alia. We move on to next question.
Okay,
Any
less than 250 words. It means that you have not written your paragraphs in a very comprehensive manner, right? Because 250 words, you divide by, we have 5 paragraphs. So basically, each paragraph is about 50 words. So if you write less than 250 words, how much can you write in the body paragraph? Remember, we have the topic sentence, we have supporting details, which should answer why and how, examples, and if possible, a concluding remark, right? So about 70 words would suffice, right? But not less than 250 words. I think it's a bit risky. It's not going to, I know I'm not going to say you'll be penalized, but it wouldn't be comprehensive. Yeah, your input in each paragraph would be like, you may have to leave something hanging, right? If you have written less than 250 words. All
hmm,
right. Okay.
maybe like elaborations, right? Because less
Yes,
than
yes,
250. Hmm.
yes, or maybe no examples.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Doctor. Next question by Izzat.
Attempting both writing tasks. Both writing tasks. Okay, Izad, like how I shared. Task one, you spend about 25 minutes, but sometimes when I do with my students, they take lesser time. Yeah, they don't take up to 25 minutes. But having said that, I do not want you to rush through task one. Remember, task one is easy, but it's very easy to lose marks. Okay, it makes it, it looks easy, that I can answer, but you will lose marks here and there easily, because we tend to overlook certain points. Like, the first sample that I gave, there were actually 13 items for you to address. So if you take it, like, okay, let me answer it quickly and I'll go on to my extended writing, then I'm afraid that we are going to miss out some important items, okay, in task one, right? So, and you keep about how many? 15 minutes for task two. So, if you're talking about time management, Izan, what I always advise my own students, take some time to brainstorm for extended writing. Don't immediately write. There are a few things that you have to do. You have to analyze the question first, and then take a few minutes to brainstorm your points. Brainstorm means you have your 3 points, And then each point, you just write the elaboration, the example. Second point, elaboration, example. Third point, elaboration, example. So you have something to fall back on when you start writing essay. If you don't brainstorm, what's going to happen is you are going to stop and think at every point of your essay, right? You're going to think about, how am I going to elaborate this? I can't get the examples. So you may brainstorm. You may have 4 points. You have your supporting details example. So just in case, let's say your second point, you can't think of an elaboration or you can't think of examples, you drop the second point. So you would take point 1, point 3, point 4, because these are the 3 points that you have the supporting details and examples. So these will help you write comprehensive paragraphs. Okay, that's one thing. So don't stinge in rushing to complete your extended writing. Don't stinge on time to brainstorm. Okay, in fact, a solid 10 minutes would be really, really good because you have everything already. In the meantime, you can also write some thematic vocabulary. Okay, thematic vocabulary or everyday vocabulary. Write down as you're brainstorming, write down these words. So when you're writing your extended essay, all this, you have it. You have the template in front of you. Your work is to write 350 words. So it gets simpler that way. Yeah, so this is my advice to you, Izzat, and your friends. Okay, so don't stinge on brainstorming. All right? Okay, next, please.
True, Doctor. Task one is easy, but it's very much technical at the same time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, maybe we have one more last question before we end the session for this morning by Aisha. What if I accidentally use discursive on problem solution?
Then it's actually going to affect your marks. Like I told you, how much mark would it be deducted? Okay, the maximum you would get is about 2.5. 2.5 because you have not fulfilled the task requirement.
Okay, problem solution. Okay, Doctor.
Yeah, because problem solution, it stands on its own, isn't it? It's very clear that there's a problem, there's an issue, and there are solutions. So you can actually differentiate whether it's discursive argument or problem solution. All right, and problem solution, again, it has its way of writing, like I introduced model 1 and 2. Not that I introduced, this is some ways we can write, right? So very unlikely, Aisha, that you would mistake it.
True, because problem solution is very straightforward, the question itself.
Yes,
very straightforward.
Yes, yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for the students who asked questions. I hope you have a better understanding by now. Thank you so much, Dr. Nityavani, for addressing the questions. I do believe that we are more confident now to answer the questions in the Muet writing test soon. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have just completed the first half of our Muet session this morning. We will take a short break and continue with the second half of today's session in just a few minutes. The attendance link will be given at the end of the second session. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Nityavani. Thank you so much again, dear students. We will meet again at 10. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. And a very good morning to everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for staying until this second session. I would like to welcome again each and every one of you to our Muet Preparatory online webinar series incorporating the UITM APP Collaborative Teaching Initiative. My name is President Ramli from Academy Pengajian Bahasa, Center of Foundation Studies, University Technology Mara. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I'll be the moderator for the second session of our webinar, which is entitled How to Score in Your Wet Reading Test from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Dear lecturers and students, we are honored today to have our second guest speaker, Puan Farah binti Muhammad Basri from University Putra Malaysia. Our heartiest and warmest welcome to you, Puan Farah. Thank you for being here today. Before we proceed with the session, please allow me to introduce our distinguished speaker for today. With years of experience in teaching, Puan Farah is a devoted educator, which she is currently teaching English language skills at the Center for the Advancement of Language Competence, CALC, University Putra Malaysia. She is actively engaged in wide-related activities, including teaching, grading, developing materials, being the head invigilator, and the speaker for preparatory workshops and publishing papers. Indeed, we are most privileged to have her to continue our Muet session this morning to conduct on how to score in your Muet reading test. Therefore, I trust that the students will take full advantage of this chance to gain knowledge directly from the subject matter aspect. So without any more delay, let's welcome Puan Farah Basri to take over the session for today. Please welcome Puan Farah Basri.
All right, thank you so much, moderator. Okay, so Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone, lecturers and students of UITM Dingkil. So first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to become one of the speakers for this Muet Preparatory online webinar series. I think without further ado, I think we can start right now. Okay, so as you know, I'll be covering the Muet reading skills. Okay, I think this would be the last skills that you have for today. Okay, so this would be the content of what I will be presenting to you. So first of all, we are going to look at the test specification, and then we are going to look at the skills tested, the exam format, tips, and also we are going to try to do the past session of the Muet reading paper. Okay, all right. So for basically, let's look at the first one. So the aim for this paper is to assess the ability of candidates to understand reading text in the higher education context, covering both formal and less formal text. So from this, we know that for the Muet reading paper, you will have text ranging from a less formal text, for example, from informal letter, emails, or also short stories, and you will also have formal text like article taken from magazine, newspapers, and the possible topics that you might get would be something from people and culture, consumerism and financial awareness, education, health and environment, as well as science and technology. So it ranges, the topic ranges, and sometimes it might be something that you have read before. So I think if, let's say, the topic is something that you are familiar with, I would say that you are lucky, because when you have background knowledge of the topics that you have read, okay, it will help you to understand the text much better. So if you haven't started reading, okay, so maybe starting from today, it's good for you to start exploring and reading a lot of articles, just, to make sure that you have some sort of background knowledge, okay, right. So these are the skills tested in Muet reading paper. So it ranges from comprehension, analysis, evaluation. So usually comprehension would be like the basic skills, and under comprehension we have skimming and scanning, extracting specific information, identifying main ideas and supporting details, making inferences, deducing meaning from context, identifying the author's purpose, comparing and evaluating information in different texts. And then we move on to analysis, where you are supposed to distinguish between relevant from irrelevant information, distinguish facts and opinions, making inference, predicting outcomes. And then we have a more complex skills, which are synthesis and evaluation, which is the higher order skills. So in synthesis, you are supposed to compare and evaluate information in different texts. So if, let's say, you have looked through past Muet reading paper, you will notice at one of the parts, which is part 4, you will have 2 tags. Okay, and when you have this kind of question, usually you have to make sure that you are able to evaluate and compare these 2 different tags. Okay, and the last one will be evaluation, where you are supposed to be able to draw conclusion based on what you have read and also identify the author purpose of writing the text. Okay, so I believe each and every one of you have actually exposed with the skills. Okay, but if let's say later on, I will also tell you how to actually tackle each questions based on the skills tested. Okay, right. So now let's look at the exam format. So basically, you know that in Muet you have 4 papers, okay, 4 different skills. So the weighting for these reading skills is 25%, and 25% here you have like 40 question, and from that 40 question we only take 25% of the marks. Okay, so you will be given 75 minutes, 1 hour or 15 minutes, 1 hour and 15 minutes. So within this 1 hour and 15 minutes, you are supposed to read the text, answer the question, and also you are supposed to transfer your answers into the answer sheet or MCQ. Okay, my advice here as one of the invigilators for Muet paper is that make sure when you have completed one section and you are satisfied with your answer, straight away transfer your answers to the MCQ sheet, because you don't want to wait at the end of the examination to transfer all of the answers, because some of you might have spare time to go through all the question back and check back all your answers. Some of you might use all the 75 minutes to answer all the parts. So if let's say you do not transfer your answer to the answer sheet, okay, and the time has ended, I'm afraid that maybe the invigilators wouldn't allow you, they won't give you like extra time to transfer your answer in the MCQ sheet. So don't wait at the end of the exam to transfer the answer. My advice is, after you are satisfied, transfer the answer straight away to the MCQ sheet. Okay, all right, and don't forget to bring pencil as well. You are supposed to shade the answer. Okay, so the number of texts that you are going to read for this reading, okay, is we have 10 different texts, which are divided into 7 parts. Okay, we are going to look at it one by one after this. And the basic criteria for the text selection, the length of the words will be different from one part to another. For example, in part 1, since it is easier, I would say part 1 is like very easy lah. Okay, so the length of the text itself is like short. Okay, so it's around 100 to 120 words. And then when you go to part 7, or the last part, so the length of the text is like longer, in a sense that it would be around 700 to 900 words. And the level of complexity is also varied. Means that part 1, when I say it's easy, yeah, it's really easy. Okay, but the level of difficulty will increase from one part to another. And for the text type itself, usually for the first 3 parts, you will get a less formal text. But when you go to part 4, 5, 6, and 7, you will get more formal. Okay, so less formal to more formal text. All right. So the number of questions, as I mentioned earlier, so you will have 40 questions altogether. All right. So this would be the division of the questions. So remember, it consists of 40 multiple choice questions with 3 to 4 answer options. But for part 5, you will have 7 options. Okay, so we will look at this later. So for part 1, you have question 1 to 4, which means that you only have 4 questions in part 1. Part 2, questions 5 to 9, 5 questions. Part 3 is also 5 questions. Part 4, you will have 6 questions. Okay, so for part 4, if you still remember, I have mentioned that this is the part where you read 2 texts. So for the first text, or for the first article in part 4, you will have 2 questions. And then the second article, you have another 2 questions. And will be based on both articles. So this is the part where it's supposed to be able to synthesize, okay, maybe the differences or the similarities of both texts. Okay, and then part 5, we have question 21 to 26, which means that this is the gap text. Okay, so gap text means that you have to fill in the gap with the relevant sentences or options given. Okay, there are 7 options given, but there are only 6 gaps to be filled in. Okay, and then for part 6 and 7, you will have 7 questions altogether, and the options given are 4 options. Okay, so usually, okay, for all the question, it focus on main ideas, the details, and then you will also have questions on vocabulary and also the writer's opinion. You have to predict the outcomes, you have to make inferences. Okay, and the questions also follow the order of the information in the text, which may cover a section, a paragraph, or the whole text. What I mean is that, let's say for question number 2, okay, the answer is somewhere in paragraph number 2. Okay, so when you answer question number 3, okay, it is unlikely the answer is at paragraph 1. Okay, usually the question also follow the order of the section, paragraph, or the text itself. Okay, right. So now let's look at each part one by one. So we are going to start with part 1. So for part 1, usually what you are supposed to do here is that you are going to read multiple texts for specific factual information. So usually for this part, you just have to find information based on the question given. So as I mentioned earlier, for part 1, the text, the length of the text is usually between 100 to 120 words, and the texts are usually from brochure, advertisement, and then you have 3 choices will be given. 4 questions, but 3 choices will be given. So to tackle this part, okay, it is always useful if you use scanning. Okay, it means that you do not have to read the whole text or spend too much time reading the whole text. Instead, you just read the question and remember the kind of information that you need to find in the text. So usually scanning is, we use it when we want to allocate information such as date, number, name, place, or certain phrases. For example, if you read historical text, okay, you want to know the date of this particular event, when this event happens, you don't read the whole text, okay, maybe you just scan and you let your eyes run through the text rapidly in order for you to find information. So this is what scanning means. Okay, so this is an example. Don't worry if you cannot see this. I know it's small. It's just an example of what you are going to be expecting when you look at part 1. Later on, we have like a bigger example. All right, so don't worry if you cannot see this. So first of all, if you were to answer this question, okay, one thing that you need to remember is that try to spend lesser time for part 1. So maybe around 5 to 7 minutes should be okay, because the question is very direct and very simple. Okay, so first of all, okay, to answer not just part 1 or all the parts, make sure you read the instruction. Okay, so usually the instruction will already give you the clue what you are going to read. For example, here it states, read 3 notices about house for rent. So you know that the topic here is house for rent. So it's important for you to know what you are going to read. Okay, because here it gives you some sort of preview, and then when you are able to preview, you know, what you are going to read, it helps you to predict what you are going to read, and it helps you to comprehend the text much better. Okay, that's why it's always important to read instructions. Some people, they'd like to skip the instruction, but for you, it is essential for you to read the instruction as well. Okay, so here you can see that you will notice that the questions has already been given. Okay, so here you know that these are the information that you need to find. Easy parking, closest to shop, suitable for nature lover, and has bedroom furniture. So once you already know the kind of information that you need to find, okay, you don't have to read here one by one, but let your eyes, you know, do all the work here. Okay, just go through the line quickly to get, you know, the information or the keywords that is related to the question that you are trying to answer. Okay, right. So this is how you scan. Keep in mind what you are searching for. Read the headings and subheadings quickly, which is this one. subheadings, okay, and then let your eyes run rapidly over several lines of the print. So that's how you answer part 1. Okay, so once you have you are satisfied with your answer, just state here A, B, C, or C again. Okay, so only 3 options are given here. All right. So the next one, let's move on to part 2 and part 3. So part 2 and part 3, usually, okay, the kind of text that you will get here is less formal in a sense that it will be something of an email, informal letter. And for the past session, if I'm not mistaken, both part 2 and part 3, is actually an excerpt of short stories. Okay, so for part 2, usually the length is between 300 to 350 words. And for part 3, it's between 300 to 450 words. And here, okay, the one that I listed here would be the skills that you are going to be tested when you read part 2 and part 3. So starting from part 2 and part 3, you are, going to have to identify the main ideas and supporting details. You have to do some kind of inferencing. You have to find identifying details and examples to support the argument, and you are also going to have to predict what would be the outcomes. Okay, especially if it's a short story. So usually they don't give you the end. Okay, so it's quite sometimes the short stories are it's an excerpt. Okay, it's just part of a story, so it's quite hanging. All right, so sometimes you have to predict what is going to happen next. So here you have to understand the whole text in order for you to guess the outcome of the story. Okay, so this one is an example, but for this example, we have an email from a university lecturer to students. Okay, yeah. So basically, this is just an example of questions to show that this question actually asks you to guess the main idea. Okay, so if let's say you have forgotten what is main idea, I think you have not forgotten about what is main idea. So main idea is actually the central thought of a passage or a paragraph, meaning that it's the focus of that particular passage or the particular paragraph. So I know that before this, you have your writing skills. You know that when you write, you are supposed to have your thesis statement in your introductory paragraph. Okay, so basically, whatever that you have learned in writing, you can actually also apply this when you are reading a passage. So for example, you know that to start a paragraph, you are supposed to write your topic sentence, and topic sentence would be the main idea of your that particular paragraph. So it's the same as how you can apply this when you are reading. So in order for you to know, to know what is the main idea of this particular paragraph, so perhaps what you can do first is try to read. If you have the introductory paragraph, try to read the last sentence, to get the thesis statement, and then for each body paragraph, try to read the first sentence. Okay, so this is how you guess, or you get the main idea or the central thought of the passage or paragraph. However, okay, if let's say when you read the first sentence of each body paragraph, you are not able to understand, or the main idea is not clear, try to read the last sentence, because if you remember, okay, when you write at the end of your paragraph, you're supposed to have your concluding sentence, which also rephrase your topic sentence or sum up the points that you have mentioned in the body paragraph. So if let's say the first sentence is not clear, try to read the last sentence. Okay, but if let's say the last sentence also doesn't give you the clue what is the main idea, perhaps the main idea is implied. What it means is that when the main idea is implied, it's not the main idea is not clearly stated at the first sentence or the last sentence of that body paragraph. So what you have to do if this happens, don't panic, but what you can do here is, you have to read the whole paragraph and then underline the words that you feel, the repetition of words, okay, or maybe a synonym, okay, and then try to link them, and then this is how you decide what would be the main idea, okay, of that particular paragraph. Okay, right. The next one, okay, is what you may be tested for part 2 and 3 is inferencing. So inferencing is making educated guess based on the evidence provided in the text. So when you inference, usually the answer is not clearly stated in the body paragraph, but here you have to read carefully the question as well as the text, okay, in order for you to make an inference. Okay, so basically, when you are inferring, okay, you have to, first of all, read the question carefully for you to understand, okay, and then decide what is asked. Okay, like I said, it's usually when we are making inference, it's not clear, it's not clearly stated in the paragraph. So try to scan and skim, and then consider the language used by the author. So consider the language used by the author means that whether the author used a positive tone, a negative tone, or neutral tone. Okay, so when you infer, you also use your own existing knowledge, okay, in order for you to understand the body, the paragraph, okay, or the question. So here, make sure you also pay attention to the words that surround the body paragraph in order for you to make inference. Okay, so inference is more like an assumption. So you have to understand. So this one is a little bit confusing sometimes because the answer is not direct in the paragraph, but you have to read what we call between the lines in order for you to make inferences. Okay. Apart from that, okay, for part 2 and 3, you will also have to identify details and example to support the argument. Okay, so don't worry. This one, for the first part, I'm just going to talk about the skills that is going to be, in this particular question. Later on, we are going to look at the question. Okay, so here, for details and example, is the elaboration of your main points. Okay, it's the why or the how. So it's the evidence or the explanation. All right, so what you need to know here is that the examples or the details can be in types of elaboration, reason, personal experience, statistic, research, findings, or quotation. Okay, so usually, okay, it is always easy once you are able to locate the main ideas. You know that the rest would be just supporting details or examples. Okay, so that's why it is always important when you read, you have to know, or maybe what you can do is try to annotate a little bit, or underline the main ideas so that you know the rest would be just supporting details or the examples to support the argument. Okay, so when you want to find details or example, usually whatever it is, you just have to read through the text. Okay, when you read the text, identify the main idea straight away, and then after that, read the question. Okay, when you read the question, always remember what you are searching for, and then go back to the passage. Okay, and carefully avoid um, missing out or crucial detail, and then pay attention to the wording to avoid being misled. Okay, means that sometimes you also need to make sure that in the answer provided, the answer option provided, sometimes the answer is only partially correct, the other part will be incorrect. So you may want to cross that out first. Make sure when you answer the question, all of the statements are reflecting the paragraph, not just partially reflecting. That's why you really have to read the passage as well as the question, especially carefully, in order for you to choose the correct answer. Because the answer sometimes is not very direct, and even the answer sometimes is paraphrased from the paragraph. So you cannot expect the answer, the wording is taken from the text as it is. Okay, so usually it is paraphrased. Okay, the next one, okay, you might also have to predict the outcomes. Okay, predict means that you may have to guess what will happen in the future. Okay, so this is an example of question that I took here. What will probably happen next? So in this particular text, okay, it doesn't tell the reader what happens next. Okay, so here, based on the evidence or based on the text that you have read and understand, you have to understand or predict what will happen in the future. What will, for example, here the name of the person in this particular short story is Grace. What will Grace do next? Okay, so you are predicting what will happen. So when you are predicting, keep in mind the attitude, actions, the main argument, and intention of the writer, and then determine the outcome or consequences. Think logically, okay, and look for the clues the writer may provide. So again, when you are making prediction, it's almost the same as making inference, in a sense that here you have to read between the lines in order for you to understand the focus and also to predict the future. Okay, so whatever guess that you make, okay, you have to revert back or refer back to the whole text. Okay, in order for you to know what or would be the best answer for this particular question. Okay. The next one we have part four. Okay, so if you still remember, part four is the part where I mentioned you will have two different articles. So for part four, usually you have around 500 to 600 words for each article. Okay, so this is the part where you are going to synthesize, and maybe you have to find the similarities, the differences of the two articles, and you may have to find the link between this article. So this article, although they are different, they are of the same theme. Okay, for example, here in this particular example, the theme here is about Hollywood movie, and the focus of these two articles is about one of the movie is in Hollywood, which is La La Land. So however, for each article here, you can see that it is a review of the movie, okay? And the tone is actually quite different from review one and review two. So here you have to understand the author's intention in writing these two different articles, meaning that review one is written by different article, review two is going to be written by different author. So you have to understand the attitude and the style or the author's intention in writing the article. Okay, so these are the skills that usually are being asked. Here you have understanding the main ideas is the same. Okay, usually in reading you have understanding main ideas and supporting details throughout. Okay, deducing meaning from context, distinguishing facts and opinions, interpreting the text for author's intention, attitude, style, comparing and evaluating the information. So this is what I said here. You have to synthesize between the two texts and determine the similarities and differences. So both here is meaning to synthesize the text. Okay, so you have to understand those two texts in order for you to answer the next two questions. Remember, for text article one, you have two questions based on the first article. And then for the second article, you will have two questions. And the next two questions is about both article. And this is the part where you have to know, you should be able to find the similarities and differences between those two articles. Okay? All right. So the next one is we have part five. Okay, so part five here is the part where you have the gap text. Okay, so in part five, I think students are already familiar with gap text because if I'm not mistaken, you also have this in your SPM. But yeah, in SPM. But never mind. After this, we are also going to look how we are supposed to tackle these questions. So you are given 6 different gaps, and then the length of the article given would be from 500 to 600 words. Okay, so here you need to be able to identify the purpose of paragraph to fill in the gap. Sometimes you will notice that for each paragraph, it has different purposes and different focus. Okay, maybe in the first paragraph, it talks about, just give a general information about the topic. The second might be focusing on the advantages, and then the third, the disadvantages, and then perhaps similarities and differences. Okay, so in order for you to be able to understand this, you have to understand the purpose of each paragraph and also the author intention or goal in writing the article. So the possible purposes might be to inform, which is maybe just to give a factual data or truth. Okay, maybe it is to persuade, in a sense that the author wants to convince the reader, to believe in something, and then maybe it's about to describe the topic, to give a picture on what the topic is all about. Okay, maybe it is to explain. Here is to make the reader understand what the topic is all about, or it can be about to argue, whereby the author wants the reader to accept a certain belief. Okay, maybe the author is criticizing in a sense that they are not happy, okay, with the topic, okay, or maybe to plead in a sense that the author wants, the reader to take some action, okay, or maybe to reflect. Reflect means giving personal experience. So you have to know the purpose of the text in order for you to understand and to fill in the gap text with the correct sentence, okay. So you may also need to be able to recognize the text structure of the whole text. So this is what I'm trying to say just now here. Sometimes the text structure, it ranges from chronological or sequential. It can be a compare and contrast. It can be cause and effect, problem solution, descriptive, or argumentative. So when you are able to understand the purpose as well as the structure of the text, it's easier for you to fill in the gap. So that's why when you answer for part 5, try to understand, okay, what the paragraph is focusing, and then once you are able to understand, annotate. This paragraph is talking about the causes. This is about the effect. So when you have read the whole text, you look at the option, and then you decide which would be the best, okay, to fill in the gap in the paragraph. Okay, so for this particular part, um, first of all, just read the whole text. Okay, read the whole text, understand, okay, what the purpose and also the text structure. And then after that, read the options, okay, given. And then after you have read the options, okay, look at the sentence, look out for the signal words, like for example, because, since, therefore, because this is actually giving reasons, okay, or it shows a connection between one sentence to another. And then also remember that each paragraph may feature different argument or point. Okay, so it will be different. It doesn't usually for part 5, for each paragraph, it's not just causes, all causes. It might be different causes, effect, or effect, or problem, solution. So it ranges. Okay, so you cannot expect the whole text to be on causes only, right? So you have to read everything, understand. So when you read, try to ignore the gap first. Okay, so after you have read, look at the options, and then also once you have a look at the option, um, try to fill in the gap with the option given. Okay, and then once you have done that, look and read back at the sentence before the gap and sentence after the gap. So this is the only thing that you can do to make sense whether the gap is filled with the correct options. Okay, and then see well how the option that you put is glued together to make a one whole paragraph. So once you have answer, this one you have to revise back in a sense that after you have answer and the question, okay, read the whole text again with the option that you have chosen for the gap and see whether it makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, maybe you want to revise back your answer. Okay, so this would be an example or the sample question for part 5. So you know that, as it mentioned here, read the article about the problem of antibiotic use. So that's why I say read the instruction. It's very important. So at least you know that I'm going to read about antibiotics. So maybe you have some kind of knowledge about antibiotic before this, which can also help you to understand the text much better. Okay, and also remember that although there are 7 options given, one extra option is just a distractor. So you cannot use all 7. Means that for each gap, only one answer. The remaining one or the extra one is just an extra. Okay, so don't put 2 answers in one gap. It's wrong. Okay, even if you shade in the OMR sheet, okay, it the computer, I think they won't accept 2 answers. All right, so just remember one answer is just a distractor. Okay, right. The next one, okay, I think I have talk about this. All right, but yeah, you can just read through for a while. So yeah, also when you fill in the gap, make sure you also pay attention to the grammar. So grammar, like tenses, the transition signals, okay, and all, it can actually help you to choose the correct sentence to fill in the gap. All right, so yeah. The next one is part 6 and 7. Okay, this is the would be the last part. These are the last part for the Muet reading question. So here you have the length of the article. Both is around 700 to 900 words. So you can imagine it is quite long for part 6 and 7, maybe 1.5 page for both article. And here you will be tested with all the reading skills that you have learned before this. So part 6 and 7 is quite challenging, and you also have to remember the answer is not that direct. Okay, usually the answer has been paraphrased, but what you can do is again look for the keywords when you're answering the questions. So usually for part 6 and 7, you need to be able to recognize the text content features. Content features is the one that I mentioned earlier, to know whether it's a chronological, it's cause and effect, it's compare and contrast, problem solution, or maybe it's just an informative kind of text. So you have to know the kind of text that you are reading. Okay, so apart from that, you also need to know the attitude or the writer purpose in writing the article. So here, when you are able to understand this, it is easier for you to answer the questions. Okay. And yeah, understanding and recognizing text organization features, as what I've told you. It can be cause and effect, problem solution. It can be narrative as well. Okay, so try to understand the organization as well as the writer's attitude in order for you to answer part 6 and 7. So these are longer. So that's why you will most probably spend a lot of time in answering part 6 and 7. So because of that, always remember to minimize the time for part 1, 2, and 3, especially part 1, because it's so simple. But then again, although it is easy, don't take it for granted, because it might be a little tricky. So later when we look at the question, you will notice that part 1, although it is easy, but for last session, it's a little bit tricky. If, let's say, you did not read the answer carefully, you might get the wrong answer. Okay, right. So what should you do in order for you to answer, all this reading question? Okay, first of all, of course, I think you know all this, but let me just, give you, some kind of tips or advice what you should do. So of course, you need to underline the keywords in the question. This one is very important, so you know what you need to find, and then you will be able to locate the information in the text. So understanding keywords is very, very important for you to go back to the passage or the text and to get the correct answer. And then you may want to skim through the text until you come to the part or section needed to answer the question. Okay, so after you have, underlined the keywords, okay, go skim and scan your text in order for you to know what would be the answer for the question, and then read carefully as some of the answers may be paraphrased. So let's say sometimes, when you answer the question, it can be a little bit confusing. All right, you don't know which one is correct because the answer is paraphrased, and sometimes, you feel that all the answers are correct. So what you can do is, if let's say you are in the situation where you are so confused with the answer, go back to the text, okay, and then read carefully on the answer option. Usually what I would advise my students to do is, eliminate the answer that you feel is not correct first. Okay, and then if let's say you are left with two answers that you feel both are correct, okay, read again the paragraph. Okay, so that's how you answer reading comprehension questions. Okay, so the do's and the don'ts here. For do's, make sure you read the passage and question carefully. Take note of the transition signals. Okay, underline the main ideas or keywords. So as you read, it is always important for you to underline and identify the main ideas first. Okay, and then don't be influenced by your own views or opinion. Remember, everything, all the answers are from the text that you have read. So whatever opinion or view that you have, it has to be an educated guess based on the text that you have read. Okay, don't spend too much time on one question. If let's say you really can't answer that question, okay, just circle and then remember to go back and read the question. So you can just leave the question as it is for a while, okay, and then go and try to answer other questions after that, and then go back to the question that you haven't answered. Or maybe you choose one answer for that particular question, and then remember to check back. Okay, so don't spend, let's say you are not able to answer this particular question and you keep thinking for 10 minutes, you are um, wasting a lot of time. Because believe me, 1 minute, 1 hour and 50 minutes or 75 minutes, to me, it's a little bit short to answer um, 7 parts, okay, or all 40 questions. So try to, if let's say you can't answer this question, move on to the next question first, and then revisit back the question that you cannot answer or you're still confused with the answer given. Okay. And then this is what I have mentioned earlier. Please do not be misled by partially true statement. Means that if let's say at the first part or the second part is correct, but the next part is not correct, then you cannot choose that particular answer, because the answer has to be, all statement has to be correct. Okay, so make sure the statements are true, not partially true when you choose the answer. Okay, right. So here are some tips that you can actually use when you want to answer your reading question. Okay, first of all, read the title and subheadings. Okay, and to me, always make sure you read the instruction. Instruction comes first. When you read the instruction, it gives you, what did I say just now? It previews what you are going to read. When you are able to preview, you are able to predict. Okay, and predict helps you to trigger the background knowledge that you have before this. Okay, so at least having some background knowledge is also important, to make sure that you will be able to understand the text. Okay, and then read the last 3 lines in the first paragraph. Okay, or just the last line. Okay, if let's say the last line is not clear, read the last 3 lines, because remember, usually we have thesis statement at the end of the paragraph. Okay, but usually for short stories, that short stories, we don't have like a proper format, okay, or structure. So this one, you have to read the whole thing in order for you to understand what the short story is all about. Okay, and then for to locate the main ideas, remember to read the first 3 lines in every subsequent paragraph, which here you may locate your topic sentence. Okay, and then draw a zigzag line throughout the passage, meaning that if it's a supporting details, just draw a line. Remember, you are allowed to scribble, to jot down any notes in the question paper. Okay, although you are not allowed to take the question paper back, but you can do anything with that. For example, you can highlight, you can draw, okay, you can scribble your notes in the question paper. Okay, not just for reading, you can do that in writing, and also in listening. Okay, don't worry, nobody's going to scold you because you scribble in the question paper. So make sure you bring, if you are the type of person who likes to highlight, bring your highlighter. Okay, bring enough stationery for you to answer the questions. Okay, and then once you have read the passage or the text, read the questions one by one. Okay, and then highlight or underline the keywords for in the reading questions, and then again read again from the beginning of the whole paragraph and mark with the number to indicate the question. So this is what I usually do if I were to answer a reading question. Once I know this question is related to which paragraph, I will put the number, the question number in that particular paragraph, so that I know that the next question, okay, maybe the answer is somewhere below the the previous question. Maybe it can also be in the same paragraph. Okay, and then go through the question by checking from paragraph. Okay, you have to refer to your own mark and then start answering. So it's always good to annotate. All right, remember that one. Always annotate anything so that you will spend lesser time finding the answer in the text. Okay, so whatever it is, make sure you understand what you read, what you have read in the text given. Okay, and make notes, little notes. All right, now okay, so I have come to the end of the part where I've covered the skills, giving you all the tips to answer. So now let's try to attempt answering the Muet question. Okay, so here we have a question for part one. Okay, so maybe I shall give you about 5 minutes for you to go through the question and also try to answer the question. Okay, so remember, read the instruction first, okay, and then read the question and then go through the answer quickly. Okay, so 5 minutes and then we shall discuss the answer. Oh,
I'm
sorry, I'm
sorry.
muted.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
sorry.
Now I don't know. We can hear your voice now. Thank you.
All right. So if you look at the option, sorry, let me go back. Da. All right. Okay, so your answer is BAC. Some of you answer BACB. Okay, all right. So newest. Look at, okay, this is what the part where I say it's tricky now. Okay, built into, if you look at A, built in 2019 and opened 3 years later. And for B, it began in 2020. And then for C, opened in 2020. So if you read carefully, A is actually the answer because it was built in 2019, but it opened 3 years later. So you have to add 2019 plus 3. which is 2022. So it makes A as the newest hotel. Okay. All right. And then the next one has the cheapest room. So here you look at the room rates given here. Again, this is tricky. You at first glance you can see that yeah, I think A is the answer. But if you read carefully, okay, room rates 300 per night is for A. Room rates, okay, here 500 for B, here 500 for 2 nights. And for C, 450 per night. Okay, so the answer should be B because it's 500 for 2 nights. So you just have to divide to two somewhat. You have to do some kind of mathematics in English. Okay. All right. So the answer is actually B here. All right. So A, B. Okay. Popular with young family. Okay. So your answer here is C. Very good. Because if you look at C, popular among families with small children. Very good. Okay. Correct answer. And the last one has the lowest number of room. So you go through here and it says here for B, very good, Don. Yes, it is a bungalow, but it was changed to a hotel with just 10 rooms. Okay, so correct. The answer is B. Yay! If you answer all correct, yoo-hoo. All right, next one. Let's look at the next part. Okay, so next part we are going to answer part two. So remember, part two is also a less formal text. Okay, the length is between 300 to 350 words. So part two and part three, um, it's almost the same in a sense that they are, the length is almost the same and the text is less formal. So for this one, I'm just gonna take part two, okay, and we'll skip part three. So these are the questions, one, two, three, four, five. I hope you are able to read the question if and also the text. If not, maybe what you can do is take your phone, capture, and then try to read on your own. Okay, so perhaps this one I'll give you 5 minutes to read. I mean, 5 to 7 minutes to read on the text, as well as to answer the questions. Okay, try to answer the question as well. Right. So this text is about a restaurant experience. Okay. So you know that. Okay. You are going to read something about maybe eating in a restaurant. So yeah, that's the importance of reading the instruction. Okay, you can read first. Okay, and then we can try to discuss the answer. So even when you read the first paragraph, okay, although it doesn't say as much, okay, but if you look at the last two sentences, okay, of the first paragraph, we forgot most of them, but there are always a few dishes that we will never forget. This one of those meals for me. So usually, if let's say you were to refer to your own personal experience, the kind of meal that you won't forget would be something that you enjoy. So, reading these two lines and understanding how the author feels, you know that it's kind of going to be somehow you can predict that this might be a positive experience by the writer. Okay, so that's why it's always good to predict as well what you are going to read and understand the tone of the author. Okay, and then if you look at here, after enjoying a 6 hour of movie marathon with my wife, we were so hungry. So you know that, okay, this person is going somewhere. Hungry is the word there. And you know that at the first, just now, when you read the instruction, you have read that it's going to be a restaurant experience. So yes, maybe whatever that you predicted just now is correct. They are going to eat somewhere. And they are talking about, if you read this one just now, we go through the TC statement just now, we know that it's going to be something that is memorable experience. Okay. We used our phones to search for places to eat. Fortunately, Songket, which had great reviews, was right next door, tucked away in a black alley. So you know that after that, you know that when you read this, fortunately, Songket, which had great reviews. So here it's giving you the kind of information that this would be the restaurant that the author is going to visit. Okay, so let's go to the next paragraph. So here it says we were about 40 minutes before closing and we were afraid that they had nothing. So this is what the author feels. Okay, usually maybe based on his or her previous his experience or her previous experience, when it is about close to the closing time of the restaurant, okay, they won't have anything. Okay, but that was not the case. So it's giving like a little bit of argument. Our friendly waiters seated us with a smile. They didn't act like we were an inconvenience to them, even though we were there just before they were about to close. So here we know that the waiter is friendly. The waiter is welcoming this author. Okay, the waiter acted like we were VIP customers. So the next sentence also give you the elaboration of how this author has been treated in this particular restaurant. Okay, so they quickly apologized for the fact that we had just missed a live Malaysian dance show in the large courtyard. So here it gives you a little bit information about how the restaurant looks like. It has a courtyard, okay, and then so we decided to enjoy our meals in the courtyard anyway because it was decorated perfectly like an urban tropical oasis. So again, it gives you the mental picture, it gives you the description of how the restaurant looks like. And then yeah, the next also is an elaboration or an example, okay, more supporting details on giving the preview of how the restaurant looks like. And then it was late February night, so it was the perfect temperature. And they did get some mosquito bites, but the food experience was magical. So if you go back to your first paragraph just now, one of those meal, you know that whatever that you guess, looking at here, you know that it's correct because this author described it as food. The food was magical, okay, and everything we had that night was amazing, okay. Right. So the next one, they actually describe, okay, the author actually described how the taste of the dishes, okay, and then at the end here it says, "So glad we were there because it was life-changing experience." So throughout the whole, what do you call this article, it is a positive tone. It gives a positive tone. Okay, it describes how the author is pleased with the food as well as the service given by this particular restaurant. Okay, now let's look at the question one by one. Okay, so we have, why did the writer and his wife go to Songket late? Okay, so we know that. Okay, for question number 5, the keyword here is Songket goes to Songket late here. All right, so you go back to the paragraph and look at where did it mention that this author has actually go there quite late. So here, after enjoying 6 hour movie marathon with my wife, we were so hungry, and then we have they look for the restaurant to eat, and they found Songket. So that's why they are late. So here you can annotate this particular paragraph number 5, which means that it's covering question number 5. So if you look at the answer option, they lost their way in the back street. They spent too much time at the cinema. They were busy reading comments on the phone. So the only here that mentioned correctly is they spent too much time at the cinema. Okay, because here it stated 6 hour movie marathon. So you know that they spent a lot of time there. Okay, the next one, number 6. Okay, right. When the writer and his wife reached the restaurant, the waiters, Okay, we're in a hurry as closing time was near. We're waiting for important customers. We're able to provide the best service. So you go look back at the passage. Okay, so keyword here is waiter. Sorry, waiter. Okay, what did the waiter do? Okay, when the writer and his wife reached. So if you go back to the paragraph or the passage, you can see that in paragraph number 3, it mentioned about how the waiter treated them. So you can annotate there as number 6. So number 6 means that it's question number 6. So here, we're in a hurry as closing time was near. It's not. It doesn't state here because friendly waiters seated us with a smile. They didn't act like we were inconvenienced to them. So it didn't. It's the opposite. It's rephrasing. This answer is actually wrong because the waiter is very friendly in a sense that they are actually able to provide a friendly service. We're waiting for important customers. It doesn't say anything here about important customer. In fact, the writer is the important customer. They were treated like a VIP customer. Okay, so get don't get misled by something like waiting for important customer because you saw VIP customer here. You have to read and understand that the VIP customer is actually the writer. Okay, and they are not even the VIP. They were treated like VIP. Okay, we're able to provide the best service. So if you were to look back and read, you notice that friendly smile. Okay, they apologize. They acted like we were VIP customers. So that equals to provide the best service. So C would be the answer. Okay. And then for number 7, okay, what did the writer think about the dinner at Songket? So here we want what did the writer think? Okay. So that would be the keyword here. The dinner was better than online suggestion. The dinner was more delicious than imagined. The dinner was similar to American meals. So here you have answer for question number 6. Okay, try to look at this part. Okay, we decided to enjoy our meals. Okay, there were palm trees surrounding a man-made waterfall. Okay, so this is all about the surroundings of Songket. Okay, our food experience was magical. Everything we had that night was amazing. The food at Songket really put the American restaurant scene to shame. So here, see, you can eliminate totally because it says here the dinner was similar to American meals, but in fact here in the paragraph it says it put the American restaurant to shame. So it's nothing like American restaurant. So put it away. And then for number, and then we have option A and also option B. Okay, so option A, the dinner was better than online suggestion. The dinner was more delicious than imagined. So if you go back here, it has a good review, yes. Okay, but then if you read carefully, our food experience was magical. Everything we had tonight was amazing. And then all the flavors exploded in our mouth, and it was a perfect ending to our movie. And then here it is actually describing about how the dinner was more delicious than imagined. Okay, maybe the author doesn't imagine, they know that it's a good review, but it is more than what they have think. Okay, so that's why the answer is B. This one is like you have to infer from the starting from here, okay, until here. You have to infer with all the information that you have read before. Okay, so the next one, number 8. Which of the following is true of Songket? Okay, it's located in a culture center. It has a lot of mosquito. It has a beautiful design. So even if you go through back all of this, it doesn't say that it is located in a cultural center. In fact, in the second paragraph, it stated that this was in a back alley, right door next to the back alley. Okay, it has a lot of mosquito. You know that somewhere here you read about mosquito. However, we did get a few mosquito bites. So few doesn't mean a lot. Okay, but it has a beautiful design. If you read through all this, you know that this author actually has described the beautiful part of the Songket restaurant. So that's why the answer is C here. Okay, and then from the text, we know that the writer, okay, this one is something that you need to infer as well based on the information that you have read, lives in Kuala Lumpur. But if you go at the last paragraph here, the place is a must if you are in Kuala Lumpur, and I will be back next time I'm in town. So we know that, okay, this place is in Kuala Lumpur, but the author said that I will be back next time I'm in town. So it shows that this author is not from Kuala Lumpur. So you have to eliminate this answer. And then has a vegetarian diet. So if you go through here, the author has actually talked about what they eat that night. Okay, we had a mouth-watering appetizer, prawns, and some famous beef dish as our main course. So you know that vegetarian they only eat vegetables. So of course it cannot be the answer. So the answer is likes to try new food. Although it's not stated clearly in the text, but when eliminating the option that is not true, you'll be able to get the correct answer. Okay, so this is how you answer your word reading question. So if you can't find or the correct answer is not true, I mean the correct answer is not clear to you, eliminate the wrong answer first. Okay, so this actually helps you to get the correct answer. Okay, now let's look at the next one. So this one is part 4. Okay, remember part 4, it's the part where you get two different articles, maybe written by two different author, but of the same theme. Okay, so here, remember for part 4, you have two questions for article 1, and then you have another two questions for article 2, and then you have two questions that covers for both article where you have to do your synthesizing. Okay, so I'm gonna give you some time to read first part 4 and then try to answer part 4, and then I will show you part 5. Okay, and then give you some time to answer, and then we will look at the two questions to answer for both parts. So let's, I'm going to give you like a few minutes to read through the article first. Okay. All right. So now let's look at this first article. So this article is some sort of a newspaper article. It is about, okay, so if you read the instruction, it talks about read two newspaper articles about famous Malaysian writers. So now you know that the theme here, or what you are going to read, is about Malaysian writers. Okay, so it gives you the kind of a previewing of what you're going to read. So article 1 here, it talks about the late Maniam, okay, and then he was pronounced that Wednesday at University Malaya, okay, and he was 78 years old, and then they actually interview Professor Malachi Edwin, which is one of his friends. Okay, and throughout this article, it talks about the achievement of Maniam, and then what happened to Maniam after he was diagnosed with cancer, and then he also this article also described how Maniam is, okay, how the writer is. Okay, now let's look at the first question. Okay, Mania managed to mirror the soul of Malaysian because, okay, so here we have the option. He reflected the warmth and friendliness of Malaysian in his personal life. He was in close contact with students and a range of young Malaysians, and he included elements of Malaysian cultures in his writing. Okay, so this one is a little bit confusing um, because okay, all of the statements somewhat related with the article. So you know that if you read pa- what okay paragraph number 3, okay, it says here Maniam is friendly, warm and friendly, and then he was in close contact with students and a range of young Malaysian. So you know that somewhere here he likes to come to class, okay, and then meet his friends students. So it's somehow the answer can be a little bit confusing. But if you look at the first sentence, the late Maniam was a literary giant who managed to mirror the soul of Malaysian in his impressive body of work. So here the keyword of the question, sorry, the answer here is in his impressive body of work. So the mirror the soul of Malaysian is through his work. This is actually the clue here. All right. So although it's not stated clearly, but these phrases is actually describing mirror to the soul of Malaysian. So if that is the case, then you have to look at the answer that talks about his writing or his work. So if you look at the first two, okay, it just talk about the first one, how he is friendly and warm in his personal life. Number 2 is how he is close with students, means that he is also friendly and warm. But for C, he included elements of Malaysian cultures in his writing. So the answer is actually C, because here it talks about the work that he has done, which goes back to impressive body of work. And if you go through, it does talk about Malaysian culture in his writing. So that's why the answer is C. Okay, so Article 1, the next question, Article 1 mainly discussing the passing, okay, of Maniam from an account by. Okay, so we know that the interview was conducted, and the interviewee is Professor Malachi Edwin. All right, this one is also can be a little bit confusing because some of you might answer something like a colleague, because it says there that they both of them are working side by side together in Department of English in UM in 1980s. But if you look closely here, you can see that they have been friends, okay, for more than 30 years. Okay, and here both of them have been close since their days. Okay, means that it's not just they are colleagues, okay, but they are very close friends. Okay, so that's the reason why the answer here is a personal friend. I mean, a colleague wouldn't be described as somebody who are very close to you, but here it has stated that had been closed. The word here, okay, knew him for more than 30 years. So, and then if you read through the text or the article, Professor Malachi Edwin actually described, okay, how he knows the late Manyam very well. So only a personal friend can actually describe a person like this. Okay, so that's the reason why the answer is A. Okay, now let's look at the next part. This is article number 2. Okay, so remember, article number 2, you need to answer, the question is only 17 and 18, but if you look at the next question, answer question 19 and 20 based on article 1 and article 2. Okay, now, so let's read article 2 first. I hope you still remember what you have read in article number 1 in order for you to answer later for question 19 to 20. Okay. So I'm just going to give you like few minutes to go read the text for a while. Okay, and then we are going to look at the question together. Okay, now let's look at the second article here. Okay, so this article talks about the other author who is also passed away. Okay, and the author here named Saleh bin Jonet. Okay, so it talks about the work of Saleh bin Jonet, and then you can also see that it described his passing. Okay, and then throughout the rest of the paragraph, it talks about his work. Okay, so the first question here, which of the following states the writer's opinion about Saleh bin Jonet? So A, considered to be the bad boy of Malaysian poetry, and then B, here we have Saleh bin Jonet was among the last of the Colombo Plans academics, and C, the true Malay in touch with the original Malay soul and love for life. So here, if you look at considered to be bad boy of Malaysian poetry, all right, so you can see that in the same line, but in the next phrase, okay, considered to be the bad boy of Malaysian poetry, Saleh bin Jonet, known for his witty, fearless, and charismatic writings, okay, died from heart failure early this morning. So here, we know that the author is talking about the character of Saleh bin Jonet, because if you look at the next phrase there, it says that he's witty, fearless, and charismatic writing. So it goes back to considered to be the bad boy of Malaysian poetry. So that's the reason why the answer is A. Okay. Right. And then number 2, Article 2 is mainly developed through, all right, a wise saying, a sense of history, and a surprising incident. So here you have to understand the reason why the article is written. Okay, is it because it's a wise saying? Is it because of a sense of history, or is it because a surprising incident? Okay, so if you look at the first part of the article, all right, it was mentioned here, died from heart failure early this morning. Okay, according to a statement posted by his family on his Facebook account, Saleh bin Janet died at 1:21 a.m. today. And for paragraph 1 until 6 here, it talks about the passing of Saleh bin Janet. Okay, and then the rest will be talking about when people pass away and then they have like good background, they're somebody, yeah, you will go through all the historical events. But the reason here, is it because you want to talk about this person history? What's the reason you want to talk about this person history? So you have to think. Okay, look at the article and think, what's the reason actually? Is it just because the author just want to write about Saleh bin Janet, or is there anything that triggered this author to write something about this? Okay, so that's why for answer ABC, the best answer that we can have here is C, because this article was written due to the passing of this writer. It's a surprising incident. Okay, if let's say it is a base of sense of history, perhaps um, it not be something, it may not start with the passing of this person. Instead, you start off with talking about the work that has been done by Saleh bin Jonah at the first part, and so on. So that's why C is a much better option. Okay, now the next part is answer questions 19 to 20 based on article 1 and 2. So this is the part where you have to synthesize, or where you have to understand what will be the differences, or the similarities and differences between these two articles. So for the first question, both Manyam and Saleh bin Jonet. So you know that here you have to find the similarities between Manyam and also Saleh bin Jonet. Okay, so look at the first option. Um, the first option is receive a financial support from their university education. So if let's say you are not sure, have they? Okay, so you go back to the article. Okay, scan through. Do they did they receive any financial support? Okay, so if let's say you find Maniam receive one, okay, but did Saleh bin Janet also receive? All right, so if let's say one of them receive, okay, one of them receive, but the other one does not receive any financial support, so you have to eliminate the answer. Both has to be the same here. Okay, but if you look through the article, it doesn't say anything that both of them did actually receive any what do you call that, any support from their education, financial support from their university education. So it doesn't mention in both article, so you cross the answer. Okay, acted in Malaysian films during their younger days. Okay, if you go through back both article, it doesn't stated anything on acting in Malaysian movies. All right, so they are not an actor, they are not actors, but they are writer. Okay, so here the next one, shared an interest in teaching literature. Yes, they are writers. Okay, they also have interest in teaching literature, because in article 1 it does say that this person, Maniam here, was a literature lecturer and associate professor in UM. And if you go to the second article, Salih bin Jonet here, he lectured and in English literature at UM until 1983. So both of them are teaching literature. Okay, has an interest in teaching literature. So this would be the best answer. Okay, so you have to find the similarities of them. Okay, the next time we have the next question. What are the main distinguishing features of Maniam and Saleh bin Jonet? So again, you have to find the differences between both of them. Okay, Maniam passed away at 78, while Saleh bin Jonet passed away at 79. Okay, uh, yeah, correct. But what would be this? This is not a feature now. So you have to find the distinguishing feature. Okay, it might be correct, Okay, now let's look at next one. Mariam wrote poetry in one language, while Saleh Benjonet wrote poetry in two languages. Okay, it's stated there, Mariam never received any awards because he wrote his writing was in one language only, and Saleh Benjonet wrote in two languages. Okay, so it is correct there. Okay, look at the next option. Mariam's death was made public by his own in his own Facebook page, which is wrong because it was made public by his close friend, while Saleh bin Jonet death was made public by his personal friend. So if you look at the article, it was made public or it was mentioned by one of his family members. So for C, both statements, for C, the statements are wrong here. Okay, wrong information. So that's why the answer is B, because you can see that if you go back to Article 1, yes, Maniam only wrote in one language, while Saleh actually wrote poetry in, if you look at paragraph number 10, his first book was the bilingual poetry collection, Sayat Sayat Saleh, followed by As I Please. So you know that Saleh Benjanet wrote poetry in two languages. So although the first one, A, passed away at 78 and 79 is correct, but this is not the distinguishing features. So B is actually the distinguishing features. Okay, all right, this is how you make inference. Okay, you synthesize both texts to find similarities and differences. Okay, although you find that A would be a good answer, I mean most probably is the answer, but try to find best answers as well. So don't just look at one answer and think, okay, this is the answer, this is the correct answer. You have to go through the rest of the answers as well, okay, to make sure you get the best answers and the correct one. All right, now let's move on to the next part. Okay, so the next part is the gap text. Okay, so here, part five, gap text. So remember, the length of this article is between 500 to 600 words. And here you have 6 different paragraphs altogether. You have 6 gaps to be filled in. And then remember, there are one extra option that you do not need to use. Okay, so remember, in order for you to answer the gap text, okay, first of all, don't forget you have to read the instruction. Okay, so here, read a text about spices. So straight away you know that, okay, you know spices, right? Okay, if you're, let's say you know what is spices, it's very easy for you to know, okay, this will be talking about or focusing on spices. Okay, you are reading something about that. Okay, so first of all, remember, if you were to tackle this kind of question, you have to read the whole text. Read the whole text. Don't mind the gap. All right. So I'll give you about 2 to 3 5 minutes, 2 to 3 5 minutes. What? 2 to 3 minutes to go through the whole text, and then we are going to look at it together. And then also, you can also look at the options given. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna let you read in silence first. Okay, right. So you are reading about spices. Okay, so the first paragraph number one. So it gives you the preview of what you are going to read, right? For example, humans were recorded to wrap meat in leaves of bushes, accidentally discovering that this process actually enhanced the taste of the meat, as did certain nuts, seeds, berries, and bark. So here we can see that this is giving you the opening of what you are going to read throughout. So it doesn't say it's about spices just yet, but you know that somehow it talks about the taste. Okay, it talks about how human discover that all these natural ingredients that they used before can actually enhance the taste, and this hence comes spices. All right. So in paragraph number two, you have over the years, spices and herbs have been used for various purposes. So here we can see that in paragraph two, it talks about, it is elaborating how, where, in which particular field that spices and herbs are used and the purpose of herbs and spices. So in the first part here, it talks about how herbs and spices has been used in medical field, okay, or in medicine for healing properties. And then it also stated how it is used in cosmetic products, and how spices and herbs and are actually an antioxidant. So here they are actually focusing on the different the purposes of using spices and herbs in different field. Okay, so yeah, this one, once you are able to know the purpose of the paragraph, you can actually guess what should be filled, which option should be filled in that particular number. Okay, the next one, we have number 22 here. Okay, sorry, number 22. We have paragraph 3, where it talks about, if you go through the whole paragraph, it talks about what spice refers to, okay, and what they are used to, okay. So here, spice refers to any dried part of the plant other than the leaf. So you know that spices and herbs, spices are the one comes from dried part of the plant, but they don't use the leaf as spices, okay. Okay, and then why not the leaves? Because the green leafy parts of the plant uses in this way is considered are considered herbs. So you know that here it is making differences between spices and herbs. Okay, so spices is the dried part of the plant, and leafy parts would be the leaf. Okay, every other part of the plant, including dried bark, roots, berries, seeds, twigs, and or anything else that is not the green leafy part of plant, is considered as spice. So it's actually distinguishing between what is spices and what is herb. Okay, so it further give other example of spices, which are cinnamon, which is the bark of a tree. Cardamom is an example of a seed pod, and spices, while allspice is a dried berry, cloves are actually dried flower buds. Okay, and then you have the blank here, and then spices are normally sold in dried form, while herbs can be either fresh or dried. So here, this whole paragraph is making a differences between spices and herbs. Okay, so you can write that, annotate that. And then in paragraph number 4, it talks about it is in that undeniable fact that using spices in our cuisines really enhances their flavor. So the keyword here is that maybe this whole paragraph is going to talk about how spices can help you, in your cooking, how it can enhance the flavor of your cooking. Okay, but okay, let's read through whether it's correct or not. Okay, however, one thing to be mindful of when cooking with spices is that spices start to lose their flavor when they are ground. Okay, so it somehow still talks about flavor, but in different way. So whenever possible, it is best to grind the spices. So here it talks about spices is they are more flavorful if they are grind instead of ground. Okay, um, which means that they are supposed to turn into powder in order for you to get the most of it, the most taste of it. Okay, and then you have the blend. You might even consider getting a small paper grinder for the purpose of grinding your spices too. Okay, so it's somehow for the previous sentence and the next sentence for this gap is talking about grinding or grind the spices or putting or you know turning the spices into powder. Okay, so this is the key word here. Okay, so the next one talks about if you decide to use coffee grinder instead, you might want to use only for spices and one for coffee beans. So it's about grinding the spices. Okay, now let's look at the next paragraph. Um, One thing that we all wonder is whether spices expire. Okay, so while spices do not actually spoil our rot, they spoil or rot, they will lose their flavor over time. So, for this paragraph, if you read the two sentences, you know that it is talking about the taste of the spices if, let's say, it is kept quite some time. All right. So, as spices are generally used to enhance the flavor of our food, it is best to use them within a certain period of time. So, your guess is right. It talks about spices and to use it, not to keep it for a long time because it might lose its taste. Okay, so this is what you can actually think, when you are reading the two lines, the three lines. And then you have the blank. As a general rule, ground spices can last for up to 3 years if stored appropriately, and whole dry spices for 4 years. So it gives you the keyword here is stored appropriately. Okay, and if they are stored appropriately, they can be kept um, for 4 years, up to 4 years. Okay, or and then the next sentence, ideally, airtight jars made out of glass are best suited to preserve the flavor. So again, it still talk about keeping the spices so that it doesn't lose the flavor. And you have the gap for number 25. And then the next sentence, hence, keeping jars of spices right next to your stove will significantly reduce their useful life, which means that here it talks about if, let's say, it is if the spices are kept next or in warm or hot places, it will reduce the taste, okay, or the useful life. So somehow we know that the whole paragraph is talking about keeping or making sure that the spices doesn't lose their taste. Okay, right. So the next paragraph here, which is the last paragraph, spices are still widely used in modern times as there is growing scientific evidence that supports the health benefits of using spices in our food. Research shows that spices and herbs may be beneficial to our body in areas such as the heart, liver, and brain. So it gives you the reason why spices and herbs are still significant and how it is important to have it. Okay, it's beneficial to our body, heart, liver, and brain. And then you have the blank, the gap text. And then you have thus, healthy meals can be made more acceptable to consumers. So somehow here, maybe here, healthy meals can be made more acceptable. So it may be talking about the taste. When you use spices in your meals, okay, it helps to create healthy meals. So it might be consumed by others. Okay, so this is what you can actually draw, you can conclude from reading the whole paragraph. Okay, so whatever that your understanding, okay, try to note, okay, make notes on the side, okay, so that this would be the focus of each body paragraph. So when you know the focus of each body paragraph, when you go through the answer option, it is easier for you to make sense of which answer option that belongs to each body paragraph. Okay, so now let's look at um, the answer option given. So A here, they also last longer when stored in a cool, dry location. Spices also improve diet quality by making the food tasty. And C use spices in batches so that they maintain their freshness. And then D, in order to do this, you can use a coffee grinder or mortar, pestle. Okay. E, if grinding your own spices isn't possible, try to use alternative ingredients. F, another way to distinguish between spices and herbs is how they are used in cooking. And G, they are also used as as a means to mask unpleasant taste and smell of food and to keep food fresh. Okay, so here, if you have, annotate, okay, each body paragraph with the focus, it can be easy as well for you to detect what would be the correct options for each gap. And if, let's say, you were able to, mark the keywords, okay, then it will be easier for you to find the option. Okay, so now let's look at number 21 here. They can also be found in cosmetic products such as in facial scrub, cream, as spices and herbs are rich in antioxidants. So it gives what the spices can use, or in what field it can be used. So if you go through, okay, look at the advantages of spices. You look at the options and see which one talks, or which one elaborates on the advantages of spices. They also last longer. It's not it's not one of the advantages that can be put in paragraph 2. Spices also improve diet quality by making food tasty. It's possible. Okay. Use spices in batches so that they maintain their freshness. I don't think that matches paragraph 2. In order to do this, you can use a coffee grinder or mortar or pestle, which doesn't belong to 21. Another way to distinguish between spices and herbs is how they are used in cooking. All right, so remember, you have one paragraph that distinguish between spices and herbs. So you may want to eliminate that one. That's the reason why you annotate, okay, or understand the focus of the paragraph. And then G, they also use as means to mask unpleasant taste and smell of food and to keep food fresh. So the possible answer would be either B or G. Okay. So you can put that B or G. Yeah. If, let's say, you're confused, okay, you can just put B and G, and then go back to, and then look at the other options for the next gap. Okay, so in the next gap, or in paragraph 3, the focus here will be talking about the differences between spices and also herbs. So if you look at the answer option, there's like one sentence or one option that talks about the distinguished features between spices and herbs, which is option F. Another way to distinguish between spices and herbs is how they are used in cooking. So here you know that they are talking about spices versus herb. So it might be possible for you to put F in option number 22. Okay, so if you look at the next sentence, spices are normally sold in dry form, while herbs can be either fresh or dried. So it's still distinguishing between the two spices and herbs. So the possible answer here would be F. Okay, so you put that. And then for next paragraph, paragraph number 4, it talks about the rest of it is it's about grounding and grinding, okay, about ground spices and grinding the spices, turning spices into flavor. So you know that the keywords that keeps on repeating here is grind, 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 grind. Okay, so look at the option. There are two options that talks about grinding. One is, in order to do this, you can use a coffee grinder or mortar and pestle. And E, if grinding your own spices isn't possible, try to use other alternative ingredients. Okay, so D and E is possible answer for gap number 4. Okay, now let's look at how do you choose between D and E. Okay, so whenever possible, it is best to grind the spices just before using them. Okay, now you have the gap. You might even consider getting a small pepper grinder for the purpose of grinding your spices too. So it doesn't talk about choosing alternative ingredients. It doesn't talk about another alternative ingredients of to change the spice. Okay, so but for the next sentence, it talks about using or getting pepper grinder for grinding the spices. So if you look at option D and E, in order to do this, you can use a coffee grinder or mortar and pestle. So option D is talking about still about grinding the spices by using coffee grinder. And then if you put the D as the option there, it makes sense as because the next sentence is still talking about if, let's say, you don't have that particular you don't have mortar or pestle, you can use you can use small pepper grinder instead. Okay, so Option D makes sense more than option E. Okay, so you put there D. And then we move to 5. Okay, so for paragraph 5, we are talking about keeping, how to keep spices. Okay, how to make sure that the taste of spices doesn't spoil and all. Okay, so for number 24, okay, if you look at the sentence before, as spices are generally used to enhance the flavor of our food, it is best to use them with a certain period of time. And I have the gap. And then, as a general rule, ground spices can last for up to 3 years if stored appropriately, and whole dry spices for 4 years. Okay, so look at the option here. Which part or which option that talks about how to keep or making sure that the taste of the spices remains the same. So we have they also last longer when stored in a cool, dry location. And then we also have use spices in batches so that they maintain their freshness. So you have two options here, either A or C. Okay, but if you look at paragraph 5, there are two gaps. Okay, so either one, both of the options A and C talks about keeping the spices. Okay, now if let's say you are not sure, let's read the next one. Ideally, airtight jars made out of glass are best suited to preserve their flavor. And then you have the gap for number 25. Hence, keeping jars of spices right next to your stove will significantly reduce their useful life. So A here is talking about keeping in jars, okay, in container, and then the previous sentence, and then the next sentence after gap 25, it talks about, if let's say you keep your jars next to your stove, it will reduce the useful life. So if you look at option A and C, the option A talks about how spices will last longer if it's stored in the cold, dry location, as opposed to keeping it next to the stove. So when you are able to see the connection between these three sentences, you know that option 25, the best is to put option A. Okay, and hence then the only option that is left that talks about keeping the spices fresh and to store them in longer, to have a longer shelf life and taste, is option C. So 24 should be you should put option C for number 24. Okay, that's how you tackle. If let's say you are confused with two options that look similar or talk about similar focus, but in order for you to eliminate or choose the best answer, look at the sentence after and before that particular gap. Okay, and then make sure when you already put them, read again to make sure that this gels together. And the last one we have we have number 26, where it's just summarizing or giving conclusion of the use of spices here. So research shows that spices and herbs may be beneficial to our body in areas such as heart, liver, and brain. And then you have the gap, thus healthy meals can be more acceptable to consumers. So it talks about some kind of taste here. All right, so remember, in paragraph 2 just now, you are confused with two options, either G or B. They are also used as means to mask unpleasant taste and smells of food and to keep food fresh. Okay, and then spices are also improve diet quality by making the food tasty. So in order for you to choose between these two, okay, you know that for B, the next sentence talks about healthy meals can be made more acceptable. So it is focusing on the taste. So here, the only option that talks about the taste here is that spices also improve diet quality by making the food tasty. So if you look at G, they are also used to as a means to mask unpleasant taste and smell. It doesn't talk about how it makes the food tasty and eatable, right? But for B, it is more straightforward and more linked with number 26. So that's how you put, maybe you can put B on number 26 and then G in number 21. Okay, so option E here is the distractor. Okay, so once you have answered all this and put the options in each gap, okay, you may want to try to reread again the whole text, to make sense, to make sure that all the gap here are filled with the correct options. Okay, right. Okay, so it's almost 11:50. All right. So here we have another article. But for this article, this is article part 7. Okay, so we already have, I skipped articles 3 and 6, but 6 and 7 is almost the same. For this one, okay, I'm gonna go very quickly here because it's almost 11:50. Um, if you go through all this text, okay, it talks about mosquito, and then remember for part 6 and 7, okay, the length of the text is between 700 to 900 words. So this one is about 4 paragraph, okay, and then you have 6 paragraph altogether, okay, and usually this covers all the reading skills that you have learned before this. So you are supposed to find main ideas, you are supposed to understand the supporting details, you are supposed to find the meaning of words. So if you look at question 34 here, in paragraph 3, what does human misery mean? Okay, so in order for you to understand or to deduce meaning from this context, read back. Okay, so here we have in paragraph 3. Okay, paragraph 3 here, line 12. So you just go through line 12. Why does this person say they have an untold impact of human misery? So in order for you to tackle this kind of question, okay, try to read the first sentence and the sentence next after the phrase given here. Okay. All right, so here we can see that, okay, for the first part, the global population is at risk of mosquito-borne disease. And then they have an untold impact of human misery. And then more than 1 million people, mostly from poor nations, die each year from mosquito-borne diseases. So somehow the mosquito-borne disease, human misery, because of what? Mostly people from poor nation, they die. Okay, mostly people die from mosquito-borne diseases. Okay, so if you look at paragraph 3 here, what does human misery means? Consequences of human-borne diseases to human. Okay, yeah, correct. The emergence of new mosquito-borne diseases that affect humans, the effect of mosquito-borne diseases on the declining human population, the discovery of mosquito-borne diseases in human babies from poor nation. So from here, you can see that, yeah, it's correct. Human born, the consequences. Okay, but what would be the consequences here that makes people misery, makes people sad? Okay, so the emergence of new mosquito-borne diseases that affect humans. Yes, it affects human, but how does it links with human misery? Okay, so it's still unclear or unfocused, the answer. Okay, the effect of mosquito-borne disease on the declining of human population. Okay, so human population declining means that die. So here, when you look back at this paragraph, die each year. So when we are sad, okay, and or we are grieving if we lost somebody. Okay, so human misery here, it talks about the mosquito-borne diseases and a declining of human population, which means that the human die there. So that's how you answer number 34. The answer is C. Okay. And then the notion of killing mosquito to save lives is championed by. So you have to read. So let's say this one is in paragraph 3. So you find, okay, we have the name of Francis Hawkes, Jonathan Pugh, Olivia Judson, and Phil Lunibus. Okay, look at this part first. The first 4 paragraph here. Who is mentioned here? We have Francis Hawkes. Okay, and then we also have throughout the paragraph here, we only have Francis Fox here. Okay, in this particular paragraph. So try to read back the whole paragraph and see who else mentioned anything about killing mosquito to save life. Okay, and look at paragraph 4. If there's nothing there, maybe perhaps the answer may be Francis Fox here. But you have to read. I'm just going to be a little bit fast here. Okay. And then we have which of the following is true of the research on GM Aedes aegypti. So you have to read and eliminate the answer that you feel that is not true based on the text or the article that you have. So if you are not sure, you have to reread again. Okay, what makes so if let's say if you find the statement is partially true, partially, straight away eliminate the answer. Okay, so you have to understand in order for you to know which one is true. So remember, sometimes the answer is paraphrased. So that's why if you are confused, eliminate the answer that you feel is wrong. Okay, and then for number 27 is more on supporting details, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, just have to read here. And then you have to read on the central argument. It's stated somewhere there. You have to maybe when you have time. Okay, what you can do here is that you may want to get hold of Muet past year Muet question paper and then try to answer the question, especially part 6 and 7, so that you are more familiar on how the question is being written. And it's when you are familiar, you will know how to actually tackle those questions and find the answer. Okay, like for example, like 39, you have the writer's perspective or opinion. It doesn't mention clearly here, but you have to understand the tone given by the author. So whether the writer is making a hopeful or giving a suggestion, or you know like this one, the writer ends the article on a jovial note, hopeful note, suspicious, or cautionary note. So you have to look at the language used by the author. Okay, um, in order for you to understand whether the to understand the feeling of the author at the end of the article here. Okay, so whatever it is, okay, make sure you do all the exercises. Try to do a lot of exercises in order for you to understand, okay, the way the question is being written and how the answer is being paraphrased, so it helps get familiar with the reading questions. Okay, I think that's all from me. So I wish you all the best, and I wish that you are able to gain something from today, and this will actually help you to answer your Muet reading question in the future. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Farah. And there you have it, some most valuable guidelines from our distinguished guest, Farah from the University Putra, Malaysia. Thank you so much for the truly insightful and enlightening sharing session with regard to the preparation for the Muet reading test. I believe our students from around the country will most definitely benefit from the tips and strategies that Farah has offered in this second session of our Muet Preparatory online webinar today. So we are very thankful for your presence and assistance to our students from Farah for who are preparing for the Muet. All right. So now we will open the question and answer session. You may either drop your questions in the chat box provided, or you can pass the questions to your LCCO to one lecturer for him or her to give the questions to us. We can start the Q&A now. All right. We have the first question from Mr. Fahrul Zaim. Should I read the whole paragraph first or read based on question?
I would, okay, this depends on which part that you are referring to. Okay, so I would advise you to read the passage first. If, let's say, part 6 and 7, identify the main ideas as well. Okay, while you are reading, identify the main ideas and supporting details, and then you go read the question and then underline the keywords in the question and go back to the article.
All right. Next, we have a next question. Right. While we're waiting for other students to put their questions in, can I ask you a question, Bonfara? Regarding part one, yeah, we have the question of we have no, we have three options, and but then the answer there'll be four questions. So in our LCCO to one, we don't have to repeat the alphabet because there's only three questions and three
Oh,
choices. But as of what, there'll be four questions and then three options. So can we obviously one of the alphabet will be repeated, right?
yes,
What
yes.
can one of the alphabet be repeated more than once or no?
You should, yeah, more than once, yes. But usually they will have like four question. All the three options will be used, and one will be repeated. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. And what is there? Okay, we have next question from Mr. Arif. From what is there is only EQ, I think it's for reading and
What
EQN.
what is EQN? I'm so sorry.
Um, I think this is Generation Z terms. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure. But yeah, we're trying to understand as well what is EQN. I think MCQ. I think is it MCQ? Oh, Mr. Arif, could you please clarify that? What is EQN? Sorry, we are not from Generation Z, so I'm not sure what terms is it. Okay, let us move on to Mr. Ahmad Shakir. Can I know how to detect the main idea?
All right. So I think okay, right. So there are two different type of main idea. One is the one that you can actually straight away you can know this is the main idea. Usually when you read the first sentence, you know that this would be the main idea. The other one is implied main idea, whereby it's not clearly stated. So the one that you have, if it's not clearly stated, you really have to read the whole paragraph and then look for the repeated words. Okay, when you look for the repeated words, try to underline that words and then try to connect all the sentences together. That's how you detect the main idea or the focus. Okay, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. While waiting for other questions to come in, I have one more question, so sorry. But based on my experience of teaching what to in parts of part 6 and 7, they usually have the most difficult questions. Is it true? And
Correct. It's
yeah,
6 and 7 is the
so
most
how is it?
challenging.
Yeah, exactly. Because looking at the vocabulary and in the text itself, in the vocabulary in the article itself, we can see the students are really having the kind of difficulties in terms of understanding the words itself. And so, Alpha, do you have any tips for them? Like, because they only have like few days left before the month, so do you have any tips for them in terms of tackling, especially in terms of understanding the article as a whole? As well, because some of the students are weak in terms of vocabulary, so how can we help them? Thank you.
Okay, for this one, I would say first of all, if let's say you encounter difficult words, don't panic. All right. So sometimes the words doesn't carry the whole meaning of the text or the passage. So you have to read through the passage in order for you to understand. Okay. Sometimes the meaning of words is just there with either in the next sentence or the sentence before. So for me, if I were to advise, even if like say I were to advise my students, okay, if let's say you encounter difficult words, keep on reading, and then eventually, okay, if let's say you are calm, okay, you will be able to understand the text, because remember, it's not just about one word, it's about the whole text. Okay. And maybe from
Uh,
today, okay, although you have like few days left, all right, try
yeah.
to read or to go through the past year more examination questions and
Yeah,
text.
that's very wise. Yeah, that's very wise. Not the word, but then the task itself.
Mm.
So that's I hope that students please jot it down. Okay, we have one more question from our own lecturer, Madam Nur Amalina. So I think she's asking for her students. Do you have tips on how to differentiate making inferences and drawing conclusion, which students always have difficulties in differentiating? Yeah. So please, Wafara.
Okay, usually, if I'm not mistaken, okay, drawing conclusion is, I think it's almost overlap, drawing conclusions and also making inferences. But usually for making inferences, they will ask, for us to read in that particular paragraph, what can you understand? Okay, for drawing conclusion, it's about, concluding the whole reading passage. That's how I understand, towards my understanding of drawing conclusion. Yeah, and making inferences. But they are, almost the same. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, yes, you did indeed. Thank you so much. We're still waiting for another question from the students. Students, like I told you before, you can just type out down your questions in the chat box, or you can pass the questions to your lecturers. All right. I have like my student actually texted me a question asking about reading, because there are so many questions in reading, and they have this kind of difficulties in terms of dividing the time to answer the questions. obviously because they can skim and scan, but in terms of skimming and scan, we need to be really confident to do it, and they don't have the confidence to do it. So Frank, how can you like advise them in terms of the time allocation?
Okay, for like I said, for the first part, okay, spend less time. Okay, like part one, maybe 5 minutes if you are. But just now, when we look at the question of part one, right now it's a little bit tricky. You know, you think that okay, you see like this is the answer, but you have to also read carefully. But like part one, just spend about 5 to 7 minutes, and when you move to part two and three, another 10 minutes and 10 minutes. Maybe the last part, part six and seven, is the part that you spend most of your time. So if let's say you spend too much time on part one to three, okay, you will have less time for part six, five, six, and seven, which is the most trickiest in wet reading question. So maybe let's say, like I said previously, if you cannot find the answer, okay, try to move on to the next question first. Okay, tackle the other question first, and then if you have more time, then look back at that particular question and try to answer. Okay, don't spend too much time at the first three parts because those supposed to be very, quite easy, rather than part six and seven where you really have to read carefully in order for you to answer the question, and mostly the answers are paraphrased.
All right, thank you so much. I know that our students have lots of questions to ask still, but because of the time, we need to have our last question from Mr. Amar Zahiruddin, and he's asking how to correctly and consistently get full marks when paraphrasing.
Uh, Paraphrasing. What do you mean? Because we only have MCQ for reading question. That's what I so
Yeah, I think he got confused with the one the
yeah.
paper that we got.
Just remember it's
Yeah,
MCQ.
yeah. So sorry. Okay. Uh, yeah, I think okay. One more question. Okay, one more question from Miss Nurina Suha. Should I read the whole paragraph first or read based on the question first?
Okay, so read the paragraph. Read the passage first. Okay, and then identify the main idea, and then after you have read the whole passage, okay, then you can read your the first question. I mean, some might think that it's to save a lot of time, you read the question first, and then you will try to locate the answer. But to me, okay, it's always good to read the paragraph, the passage, the text first, to understand the whole text first, then read the question. Mm. At least, when you read the first question, you know that, okay, this question belongs to which particular paragraph, so that you can annotate, okay, this is question number five, for example. In this paragraph, we have question number five. So, like I said, usually the question follows the order of the paragraph. So it's easier for you to know that, okay, maybe question number six, the answer would be somewhere below the answer for question number five. Something like that.
Mm, so the question is based on the paragraph itself.
Yeah, usually,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, Farah. I think we have come to the end of Q&A session, yeah? So thank you so much for us three for answering the questions. I believe all of us are now well informed on how to take for our wet reading test. So on behalf of the UITM APB Collaborative Teaching Committee, we would like to convey our heartfelt gratitude to our guest, Farah Basri, for our time off to conduct this wonderful sharing session this morning. So all the best to the students out there, and it's hope that our students, teachers, and language instructors alike are better informed and prepared for the coming wet test sessions. So a reminder to all our Pusat Asasi students, yeah, your attendance will be recorded after you have scanned the projected QR code. So the QR code will be displayed for 10 minutes and it will be closed after 15 minutes. So that's it. Thank you so much, everybody. Everyone. Assalamualaikum.